Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores livestream, day 119. So today, of course, we finally got the Q&A answers. These were originally supposed to be a live stream like almost 2 weeks ago. Then it was delayed till like last week's Wednesday, and then it was delayed till today. So they finally posted today. Keep in mind, these were asked prior to the beta, the combat beta, and answered before then. So all of these questions were not taking into account the beta that has been going on for about a week now. Also, I believe the beta has not been updated today, though it likely will sometime pretty soon. But we did end up getting all of the Q&A, which is up on their website right now. Unfortunately, the page seems to be broken on Steam, so I'm just going to be reading off the Reddit where it seems to not be broken. So, what will happen with the Quartermaster and expansion reward from the Randolph Inheritance? Also, I have not read any of these, by the way, yet, so this will be the first time I hear them as well. However, I believe a couple of these do repeat since, keep in mind, all these questions were asked before the beta, not after, so there might be some things that we kind of already know because of the beta, with this being one of them. The Quartermaster storage spaces will be unrestricted and be able to store all combat items. The reward from the Randolph Inheritance quest will expand the number of storage spaces. So currently, however many you end up getting from the Randolph Inheritance, which I believe is around 16, is also how many you get under the new system. So you're still getting just as many extra spaces from Randolph Inheritance, essentially. So it's still the same reward as before, just instead of being for Untuned, it is for absolutely any storage, since it's all being combined into one mega storage. So basically more bank space for gear. How do the new combat capes operate with the skill ceiling being level 2000? One long cape or several capes at milestones? So this, of course, we already know too. We actually already know the spoilers all the way up to the final 2500 cape. But yes, they basically just keep upgrading tier by tier. Can we actually see that partially? I don't think we can on the thing. But basically, they keep going one at a time every single time they reach their next milestone. With them specifically saying, once the combat cape is the same length as an existing cape, the panels will slowly be replaced from the top down. So first it starts with bronze and silver, then gold, then platinum, then it gets the really, really elaborate design all the way at the end. But that's how those will end up working. Is personal striping based on episode discovered or episodes that exist? The episode that exists. So, for example, if there's currently 20 episodes in the game, it would go all the way to episode 20. That is interesting because it works drastically different, obviously, for free-to-play. But it does not take into account how many you currently have unlocked. It simply takes into account all of them. I wonder how this will work down the line. Because obviously there will be things like, you know, more chapters. Like, you know, 6, 7, 8, so on and so forth. So I'm not sure exactly how that will pan out based on that. But, interesting to see. What I missed? The episodes that exist, except for free players, only 2 episodes. Oh, never mind, I already answered that. I'm looking at that wrong. That was the answer, not the question. Alright, next. Oh, yeah, I'm reading this wrong. I forget how Reddit is situated. Let's see. I wish this page didn't look like this. It's slightly hard to understand here. Let's see. Is the personal bubble already read that? If your friend ever starts playing, how will they catch up to our combat level if max level is 2000 and higher each episode? The first skin of each monster is much easier than the subsequent skins, making getting to the last launch level episodes much easier than getting to level 2000. So it's still going to be similar to how it is now, where going through all the lower level range is still very easy to do, but then of course gets substantially more difficult. What would the XP curve look like for combat? The first 200 levels are the same as other professions. However, unlike other professions, the next difficulty increase is at level 800 instead of at 200. Okay, interesting. So that means getting to 8... No wonder why we're level 800 something. Okay, that would explain it. Because I was wondering, like, how on earth were we level 880 or 60, whatever we were, during the combat beta? And this is actually why. Like, we saw that it happened, but we didn't quite know exactly why it was so high. This is why. But yeah, the extra difficulty, like, aka having, you know, like, post 200 difficulty, doesn't actually start to apply until 800. So any levels below 800 start to get a lot slower. Like, a lot of people can get to 800 pretty quickly, but then everything beyond that is, like, you know, 4 times slower. But yeah, that would explain why then. We're, like, level 860. Because getting to 800 is really easy, but everything beyond 800 is, like, 4 times slower to go do. Alright, that makes sense then. I was wondering that. Because it seemed like we were slightly too high of a level, but this is why. It's the first 800 that's really easy. Anyways, how will crafting work when newer episodes come out? Because supposedly the maximum theoretical would be 2,500 if we're accounting for the Stonewall Hill episode. We'll go into more details once Chapter 6 is out. So this is likely when they're adding enhancements. They haven't actually mentioned definitively what they're doing in Chapter 6 yet. But based on things that they said in the past, we're likely getting enhancements on gears and similar things. There will likely be a lot of the reward space and or just levelage beyond a 2,500. You just get a bunch of perks on it and keep making it stronger, stronger, stronger in various ways. How exactly that would end up working, we don't really know. And probably won't know until episode 6, as they mentioned. Are you stretching the armor designs thinly? We actually already know this. It goes up to 1,000. Let's read. How are you stretching the armor designs thinly across 2,000 combat levels, or are you actively creating even more intricate, attractive armor to reward higher level players? We are stretching the armor designs across the 2,500 levels of episode 1 to 5. Wait, are you sure about that? But then again, maybe I was just looking at the weapons, because I know I was getting some max weapons at level 1,000 in the beta. So I wonder if that was a glitch or if it's still intended, because I believe we had every max designed armor by level 1,000, which is definitely not stretching it all the way to 2,000 or 2,500. It's stretching it to 1,000, which is still fine. I would actually prefer it that way. But these words do not do what the beta does. What this says is not what the beta does, basically. Anyways, how has the long-term vision of the game changed with the shift to a single combat level? The long-term vision has not changed. We think that the global combat professions provides some nice cohesion between the episodes, while still allowing each episode to have its own distinct theme and professions. Please comment on whether EXP penalties will persist into updated combat, and if not, what the change will look like. The XP penalty for easy battles still exists, but has been adjusted. Yeah, I believe it caps out to 25%. There seems to be some kind of secondary system that also ends up adjusting it in some way, which I'm not really too aware of how that works because I haven't tested it too much in the beta. But it seems to have like a double penalty system now, where one of them caps out at 25%, but then another one of them still kind of like ticks down on it. But yeah, it definitely has been adjusted. I wish they would mention exactly so, though. Is there any possibilities of adding a ring slot and introducing rings to the game in the future? Maybe. We still haven't used the amulet slot yet, true. Honestly, I would love to see more slots, but as they mentioned, yeah, they haven't even used the amulet yet. So one thing at a time. But definitely would be interesting to see if we ever get like a drawer and make it skill or more slots in general. As we have very little extra that they could put it onto. Then like cape and amulet, or, you know, make capes actually do something in an amulet slot. We don't really have too much left unless they end up adding more slots in the future. Alright, we already read that. Why did you decide to do the combat rework before implementing the features of the early access roadmap? I completely lost my place. Before the features of the roadmap, where'd it go? Right there. There it is. From the feedback we received immediately after the early access launch, your Hopeport combat equipment being useless in Hope Forest was a reason many players stopped playing the game. We felt this was important to fix before we introduce more content, much of which features combat in one way or another. To get to the next stripe, do you have to kill one of each monster in the current stripe? No. And yeah, no. No. You won't actually see the stripes in the game. It is presented in a single profession that happens to loop back around at certain points, which of course we already saw in the combat beta. When a new episode comes out and introduces a new set of enemy skins, would the XP curve also be adjusted to fit the new combat level? Yes. Interesting. I wonder how this will work with some things when it comes to leveling. Because that would make the gap between enemies shorter, in theory. As well as change some of the past levels of enemy if you were farming at a certain level. You had an original vision for the game with separate combat levels per episode. Do you believe that the vision has been compromised by this change? And how will it affect the development of future content for the game? The new global combat professions design is very much in line with our vision. We wanted to ensure that when a new episode is launched, everyone gets to experience all the new content at the correct difficulty, which the personalized striping achieves. Is the weakest enemy in an episode for den raids and bosses the lowest level skin of that enemy? Or is it based on the weakest enemy in the current stripe? Yeah, I always thought it was based on current stripe of Chronopolis. But that's not how it's currently working in the beta, but let's see what he says. It is the level of skin 1 of the lowest level foe in the episode. Oh, that is so bad. Panic, panic. Panic if the beta doesn't fix it. Panic. It's actually correct. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, the beta is not glitched right now. It's actually correct. Oh no, panic detective. Quick. Panic 500 detective and watch person. Which is literally impossible with how far we are away from it. Oh no. I assume they're going to make some adjustment to it, but that's concerning. It's actually working as intended currently in the beta. It is the level of the skin, skin 1 of the lowest level foe in the episode. So essentially the level of the first foe you will encounter in that episode. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Anyways. New episode stripes are personalized to come after your current stripe. Wouldn't this penalize players who are just a little into their current stripe compared to those who are at the end of a stripe? New foes can actually be inserted into the middle of a stripe. The example was simplified to try to make it easier to understand. Yeah, whenever you go to a new stripe, it's multiple enemies, not just one. Like, we're talking like 6, 8, however many it is. But actually, I think it's 8. Like, it's like every single thing in the entire area. So you don't have to worry about, like, only one. But the first mock-up of it was like that, which is why that question was asked, because this was pre-beta, all these questions. Will the sum of knowledge points invested into passive activities? Yes. Across the various combat skills be consolidated into a new combat skill? Yes. Your new KP will be the sum of the KP assigned to each episodical combat profession. We've seen this in the beta. We actually have 4 more points that we could even use. We actually have more than you could even use in the beta right now. Is there a time frame on combat spells, skills, magic? No. He just has said no, it's never coming. No. But as they said in the past, we likely aren't getting magic in the traditional sense. Special attacks and stuff like that will be. But we're likely not going to be having castable offensive spells. We're likely going to have a lot of utility spells and more utility spells than we currently have. But the closest that combat magic will ever get is using a special attack with range or melee. There isn't really going to be magic in a traditional sense based on the current trajectory. Anyways, will the new combat skill include all types of combat? Range, magic, defense, necromancy, summoning, etc. Or will it mostly be melee focused? Probably mostly melee focused. The other types of combat potentially be for a future combat skill. This update only addresses how you level up combat and the combat level of foes. It does not change the combat itself, which we've seen. It's basically the exact same thing. A few small changes as far as like how you can store stuff and stuff, but overall combat, obviously after this first rework, is pretty much the same, which is why we're not training it. We're training it now, but then after the rework, we're pretty much not training it until the second rework. We plan to change that in the future update, which is the second rework. Does combat rework include special attacks? No. No. That will come in the second part of the combat rework, which is why we're waiting for the second part, as well as the skill tree. Will the combat rework help us resolve the secret mystery of the device? Maybe. Actually, no. Alright, so it's currently still in the game. They mentioned that in the past. Whatever the mysterious device currently does, supposedly it already works in the current state of the game and does not need any update to work further, so I have no clue what's going on with that. And no one has actually solved it yet. What my assumption is for the mysterious device is you probably have to do a certain pattern in the mysterious cave and then use it on something within there. Like, you need to probably get a really, really specific pattern. What that pattern is, no one has determined yet, though. But that's probably what it ends up doing. Are there any parts of the combat rework which you expect you will have to tweak later on based on feedback? It is unlikely we will change the combat leveling. Will there or could there be a way to influence the order of a personalized striping? No. How will we even be able to distinguish other players' gear in this system? We are stretching the armor designs across the 2,500 combat levels. Are you? I don't know, from what I've seen, does it go all the way? Oh no, I guess I didn't test it with armor and mostly weapons, but last I checked in the beta, it only went up to 1,000 for the weapons. So maybe the armor does go visually further? We are stretching the armor designs across the 2,500 combat levels that make up episode 1 to 5. Will there be more diversification for equipment in the future? I.e., will each episode eventually have equipment that stands out from the others? There is no such thing as episodical combat items under the new design. That's not exactly what he asked. That's actually not the correct answer to this question. But yeah, the original question was, will there be like unique looking armor or statted or anything from specific chapters? I assume down the line there could be. Like if they do end up putting a boss, like let's say in chapter 2, if you get to refight that one sea creature boss on the boat and get like carpentry XP while getting, you know, combat XP while fighting that, even woodcutting XP. Like when they end up releasing that, maybe they'll have armor that could technically be considered, you know, like chapter 2 armor in a sense. Not in that it only works in chapter 2, but you know, in the sense that it looks really foresty or something. Even if you're not a guardian, it might still have like a nature-like aesthetic to it of some kind. But while also having really good green defense or something, but really bad blue defense. I can see something like that being the thing. But based on this, he didn't actually give an answer to this question. I think he misunderstood what this question was. How do you intend to deal with the item crafting for combat levels above 2,500? Chapter 6 is basically his entire answer. Will combat levels be shown above players like the total level is currently? No, not at the moment. If the Enchantress is being moved to the Mines of Matubin, will free-to-play players enchant their tools at the mines or a subscription area? No, enchanting is now done at Obelisk, which basically leaves Obelisk in a weird state where they do almost nothing other than enchant tools. And that is the entirety of the Q&A that was on their website, on this broken page. But, yeah, that's all the questions answered. Biggest issue with it overall, I would say, is obviously all these questions were asked before the beta, not after. And now everyone has, like, another new 100 questions. Also, they didn't answer my question, unfortunately. So I guess it was a little bit too complicated. Anyways, well, technically, I don't know. I guess they did answer the weapon crafting part, but not the other one that was, like, the main question we were asking. Anyways, so today's goal. Of course, I don't believe the beta has been updated, so we do have to wait on that before doing more of the beta. However, I feel like we've been Hope Forest locked lately, but I am still working on 208 Gather, as you could tell by the little sliver of XP that we got so far. But we are trying to get to 207 Scout so that I can get to 208 Woodcutting so that I can get to 208 Gatherer. That is our goal. So to be able to go do that properly, yeah, we need to go do more Scout. Also, I need to go show my bank. They refuse to stop giving me 197 swords. This keeps happening over and over and over again. I wish they would give me armor. I have not gotten a single 4-star armor from this guy yet. However, it has given me the exact same 4-star weapon 2 times over. So this 199 we ended up crafting earlier. However, there are 2 other ones here, and it still keeps giving me the same thing. Let me go open it up real quick. I'll go show it after we kill this one. It just refuses to stop giving this over and over again. Yeah, look at this bank right here. I did not craft either of these 2. We got a 197 longsword and a 197 longsword. It also gave me this twice, the throwing ring. One of them is at a really bad ratio, though. Yeah, this is the good one. This I actually got from them as well. But this one's only a 70%. Honestly, I need to go sell this later. It is so horrible. They gave me the exact same 4-star weapon twice. And it was actually pretty close to each other, too. It wasn't, like, exactly a back-to-back, but I think it was within the same hour. Which is kind of crazy. Nothing else, at least they sell pretty well. Okay, so that's why all gear is worth so much. Okay, so if I make gear on the alts, it probably doesn't matter too much. If you are at a level range right now, where your gear will be over level 800 as a 4-star after the rework, you need to go craft a bunch of gear. Because that's why our gear was worth so much more. Right now, the cutoff for our gear starting to be worth a lot more is after level 200. However, under the new system, it is 800 now. Hey, Miles, yes is here. But, yeah, 800 is the new number. Which I didn't quite realize when we were doing the beta earlier, but yeah, 800 is indeed the new number. Where your XP curve starts to get a lot slower, aka, you know, push 200 rate. But it's also when all gear becomes way more expensive. Right now, that's exactly at 200, which is why you may notice we make like 199s. It's because of the rarity curve and the price curve and everything. But after 800 in the new system is the new 200 plus. Interesting. Wild Tacit. But anyways, game plan today, we do not stop until we get 207 Scout. And if I feel really ambitious, we should try to get 208 Woodcutting. I'm not sure if I feel that ambitious right now, though, but we'll see. But if we feel really, really ambitious, we might go all the way to 208 Woodcutting, too. That way, the only thing left is the thing we're actually trying to train. You know, Gatherer. You know, the thing we're actually trying to do. By doing, like, everything else beforehand. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why killing things at post 200 is actually not that good of a value right now. 199s are already being upgraded to post 200, which means they're already getting the new value curve. So killing anything above 200 is what I was talking about earlier. When I was mentioning we'd want a 200 all, not necessarily because it helps our combat level, but because the gear we'd be getting. But the Q&A that just happened, that answers that question for us. Because if your gear is being upgraded to over level 800, like 800 or over, the amount that it's going to be worth now is way more than if that item was originally under 200 now. That's one of the reasons why it seems like it's spiking up so much in price. So if you're around that level range, regardless of what spread you have, you want to get like as many like 150 to 199s as possible, as they all get upgraded to effectively post 200 in new system. And by that I mean post 800. And by that I mean the better price range, where it goes up like 4 times in price. That's why they were worth so much, where they were like 5 times more, 6 times more. Some of it was from the actual levelage difference, improving it obviously. But the rest of that difference, when we were getting such a big number, was because it was getting the 4 times multiplier from being higher rarity. Because it was after the rarity curve rather than before the rarity curve. Even though we're making it now before the rarity curve, it's being applied to the after the rarity curve after it gets updated, or after it gets upgraded from the update. So long story short, try to get 4-star equipment or 3-star, any equipment, 3 or 4-star equipment banked as much as you can. That would then be in a level range where it would become 800 or more under the new system. Which would also mean it would be very beneficial to level to that level if you don't already have that level. So if you have 1-500 with like a few others, you're probably already pretty much there. Or if you have about 200 all, you're probably also pretty much there. He's decided to KP to 2-8 Gatherer while doing Carp now. Nice. Honestly, I'm really considering putting into woodcutting today. But maybe not. I don't know. Maybe we'll put it into Gatherer too. The only reason I kind of don't want to put it into Gatherer... I don't know. Do we put it into Gatherer? I might give in and go to Gatherer too. That's such a good call. The only reason I'm considering putting it into Gatherer... My reason for not is I need it for alchemy. But I'm just acknowledging that anyways. But my reason for doing it is there's no tool bonus on what we can currently gather is the problem. There's 0% tool bonus. So yeah, I probably should be. Alright, I'm gonna give in. We're gonna do what Miles Yes said. We're just gonna acknowledge our Gatherer. Game plan still holds what we're doing today, though. It's just our knowledge will be dumped into Gather rather than Carpenter. It'll hurt a little, but we need it. We've been needing that 208 Gatherer for like a week now, and it barely moved. Hey, we got 219 Carpentry down, though. If anything, I almost have too much Carpentry levels right now. It's actually like 2 ahead of my woodcutting. That's not too big a deal, though, because we're coming up to a point where we can get a lot of free woodcutting XP. This 225 AFK is really good for woodcutting. Then we get Bramble, where obviously we get no carpentry supplies. So we have 2 back-to-back methods that are going to be 0 carpentry XP the entire time. Because all I would do after we get 208 is 208 to 225 off of Hickory. Then you AFK this for like a couple days, several days, however long. And then you just Bramble all the way to 251. And then you start getting carpentry again. But yeah, we'll give in. We'll start using knowledge points on Gatherer. There's 2 reasons why we'll justify it. The first one being the tool is giving 0% because there is no tool that applies. The second being we technically don't need that many more fear potions. It's also a lot of uncertainty what's happening to alchemy changes overall. Wait, that reminds me. Did we ever get an email? I didn't check that this morning. Let me double check. Did we get any email related to the update thingy? No. Let's see. Nope, we're good to go. Nothing there. I said, hello, Huckleberry Doo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Hey, how's the leaderboard looking this morning? Mouse ES is still killing it. Beatez ended up passing us. Shuriken's still leveling way too quickly. And Mouse ES has about 500 levels to go. But they have a lot of pre-200 to go do, though, so they'll get there soon. You got this, Miles. Yes. Go take that number 1. There's beta patch notes on the Discord. So you think the beta probably happened? Oh, really? You don't want to EXP waste to check? Oh, we gotta go check it then. Hold. Wait. That's huge. Oh, we'll go do that then. Wait. Why are they only posting on the Discord, though? I never used the Discord. Let me double check if it's anywhere else. Wait. That's huge. Wait. Change your plan. Where's this patch notes? I'm trying to see if I can find it somewhere else. So I don't have to open the Discord. Combat beta update 2. Let's see. Alright, someone just posted about it 10 minutes ago. How long has it been there? Has it been there this entire time, or was it just about 10 minutes ago? Or recently? But yeah, let me go check it then. We'll go do that too, might as well. Let me go get to an AFK activity. Go put away all this junk. Like 3 hours ago? Was it 3 hours ago? Oh no. That's weird. Because a lot of people are just finding out about it now like us. Why did they only post it on Discord though in like the middle of nowhere? I don't see a single other platform where it's posted at all. It's not on Steam, it's not on Reddit, it's not on their Twitters, it's not on like anywhere else at all. Just like randomly on the Discord somewheres. Alright, let's go EXP waste and go do the beta real quick. Let's go see what they change. Hopefully when you open it up, it'll show the change log. If not, I'm gonna have to go dig open the beta. Dig open the Discord. Alright, one moment. Let me go exit out of this. What am I doing? Quit. Let me get out of here. Let me go to beta branch. Alright, let's go EXP waste and test the beta. Beta time. Let's see. How do I get there again? Betas, beta, open, update. Alright, one moment. Hello, darkness, our old friend. Hello, Yusef. Welcome. Hope all's been well. Here's some not darkness to look at. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Move that away. Go back. No, I can't see chat. No, I ruined everything on my side. I know it looks like the same on your side. Wait. I ruined everything. Wait. Alright, there we go. Anyways. Can you open already? Go. Alright, we're in. What I was trying to do was open up the other thing. Here we go. Alright, the update is just in the game itself. Perfect. Alright, so. Alright, let's start from the top. Untuned weapons and armor are converted into combat drop items. Wait, was this not already doing that? Untuned weapons and armor are converted into combat dropped items, not crafted items as previously stated. Oh! Oh, start filling your untuned storage. Start filling your untuned storage with 3 stars. Go. Wait, that's huge. Wait, that's huge. Don't just fill every single chapter storage with 4 stars. Also fill up your untuned with 3 stars. Go. You will need to recopy your non-beta branch character to get this change. That's fine, we're already going to do that anyways. When infusing, whether or not the resulting epic item is crafted has been changed to avoid a large wealth gain in some scenarios. Yeah, this is what I wanted to check. But yeah, they have readjusted that. I had a feeling that would be the thing. But I wasn't able to test it because I didn't already have the items on me. I assumed that was the case though. But yeah, they have fixed that. Fix bug where Enchantress bounties prevented the character from being imported. This is the bug I had that I thought deleted my thing. But no, it was just a bug that prevented you from getting it when you had an Enchantress bounty. Improving the balancing of weapon armor prices. So there is more appropriate difference in price between common, uncommon, and rare. Interesting. Make the damage cap in combat a little bit less aggressive, so if there is a large level difference between combatants, the combat finishes slightly faster. Oh, that's good. Only slightly, though. Increase the level of some side quest boss monsters. Yeah, they didn't do this in the first time around. But that's been fixed. We saw that when we went and did the level 30 quests. When we did Lost Shipment 2 times over. They're both level 30, but they were supposed to scale some. But yeah, now they do. The prices of most foraging items, fish, gathering items, logs, stone, and ores have been increased! Wait. Panic. Panic. Something needs to panic here. We only read a third of it, but panic. Panic something. I'm not sure what we need to panic about, but panic. The price of most foraging items, fish, gathering items, logs, stone, ores, have been increased to correctly account for the journey time it takes to bank and sell them. Panic buy. Panic buy something. I'm not sure what. Maybe sage? Something. Start panic buying. This is particularly important for distant items like limpets, which were barely worth the effort to collect before. The price of all potions, food, and weapon produced from these items have also been increased as a consequence. Panic, make money, and buy stuff. Go. Particularly things that are very, 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 very far from a bank. Like sage, carbonice, and similar things. Oh gosh, I need to go buy like 1 billion tier 5 carbonice now. Panic buy everything. We'll figure out what we need to panic buy in a moment. The weapon crafting interface has a new button which sets the level of the weapon to your combat level. That's bad, actually. No, is that good? That's questionable. There's a lot of times where you don't want that to happen compared to the current system. Can it just let us input a number? Well, how is it so hard to just make us input a number there and it's just good to go? Fix the migration of special guard swords, bows you're given to not incorrectly change its level. Yes! They've gotten rid of discontinued rares! Remember when they were about to add discontinued rares? They nuked them. So we don't need to panic make like 100 different accounts to go get discontinued rares. They have simply deleted discontinued rares again. They're really adamant about not adding discontinued rares. But yeah, they fixed the thing that would have caused discontinued rares. Interesting. Anyways, panic buy everything that to exist in a shop ever. Alright, first things first. Get rid of our account. Goodbye. Yes, I understand the beta wordings. If I could type. Alright. Alright, time to go test things. So, first things first, we're currently 866.5 on a new system. Hey! We're still level 4,000 plus! Look at that. Nice. On a new system, we are still officially post 4,000. Barely, but we are. Ever so barely. But we are still indeed over 4,000 under a new system. Officially, as of probably like last night. Anyways, main thing I want to go test. I believe I remember carbonice was 6 point something silver. I want to see how much it costs now, as well as a lot of things. But carbonice is the main thing I want to go check real quick. Because this thing is notoriously 1 billion miles away from a bank. It went down in price? Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. Oh, no, it went up in price. Yep, it went up by 3. I thought this was tier 6 for a second. No, this is tier 5. Yeah, look at this. If I go bring up the page, not this page, the other page. So let's do some price comparison. And we bring up the, I don't know, let's just say carbonice, whatever it is. Carbonice ore. Alright, so if we go over here, this is what we're currently looking at right now. Notice it says 6.8. Notice this number says 9.3. Now, have others also adjusted to this number? So let's take hypothetically tier 5 Flatiniums. Have tier 5 Flatiniums gone down or up? Because these are slightly further away compared to something like granite. Flatinium. Actually, how do I just get to the shop? Ore shop. Perfect, thank you. Yeah, this is the guy. Alright, I'm looking for second to last tier Flatiniums. We went up by like 3 silver. Oh. Yeah, panic buy everything. Start panic buying. Start panic buying. Go make money and start panic buying. Interesting. Alright, we need to find the most interesting thing to go panic buy. But yeah, that's a factor. That's a factor for sure. That's a big factor. Actually, let me show all. Can you show future items? Yeah. Like, for example, this Flatinium's tier 6 is now, you know, final tier is 25.3. In the current state of the game, it's only 19.1. It's going up by, like, 6 silver. Actually, more than 6 silver each. Like, every single one. Well, all gathering just got buffed. They've officially buffed all gathering. Panic buy all the things. Now here's the moment of truth though. How are the potions in Hopeport? What are the Hopeport potions looking like? How much have they been completely increased, decreased, side-creased? Because here's where the real panic buy is. All the potion supplies and or potions themselves. Alright, get ready on the panic buy. Anyways, we should probably start doing merchant leatherworker soon. The pivot might be happening soon. Alright, there's something else I want to go check. I forgot to check this later. What do all my tentacles get converted into? They got converted into, okay, they still maintain a fear potion ingredient. That's good. Oh yeah, have they butchered those prices though? Before I go check that shop, let's go check, oh no, actually we'll check the shop first. I want to see something. Now here's a big one. Ebsworth shop. How much have these been adjusted, if at all? And why is the answer almost none? Interesting. Alright, let's do some analysis here. How do you go to Ebsworth shop? Can you just type in potion shop and it brings you there? Potion shop. Please bring me there. Fine, I'll type in Ebsworth. How do I get to your shop? There we go. Alright. What am I even looking for? Let's go compare here. Health potion. So 25% is currently 5.4. It's cheaper. What? It's cheaper after the update. The other one is 50 copper more expensive. The other one's 50 copper cheaper. Okay. Cryonet pot did increase in price. Oh, same as Arborite. Oh. Oh, that's a big difference. Oh, no, that one's not. Never mind. It's only like 200 more. Same as the other one. It's only like 300 more. But yeah, all their strength pots seem to be up. Oh, poor hammer mages. Poor hammer mages. What was it before? They increased it by another, like, the lowest potion was increased by, like, 400 or 500 silver. Interesting. How about the EXP pots? Those are the ones that actually matter. I believe a lot of EXP pots were mostly unchanged. Let's see. At least for Hopeport. Yeah, they're slightly more expensive, but barely. Like a trivial amount. Yeah, they're both like trivially higher. Like they're technically higher, but barely. Like we're talking like barely. I'm trying to move this over so I can actually see them. How about some AFK potions? This one I really want to see too once we get down there. But first things first, let me go check each chapter. So this is 2360, it was before. Yeah, all the 5% are going up a lot. Panic buy mines of a tube in 5%. Go. What am I looking at? Well, at least we don't need to worry about, you definitely want to pick up alchemy supplies from this ground now, from combat. Wow! Panic buy mines of Matubin. 5%. Oh, gosh. But what am I looking at? The previous number was, this. Panic buy every mines of Matubin potion. What on earth is that difference? What else? Why? Did they overcompensate it? They did like the exact 180. Instead of undercompensating, now they overcompensated. Look at these prices. Like, okay, chapter 1, you know, to some degree it makes sense because these skills are really valuable. But, you know, chapter 1, like, you know, barely changed at all. It's still like 2 silver. You know, chapter 2, still like 2.5, 2.6, you know. Not really much of a change. Chapter 3, I think it's about the same. Actually, what was it before? Chapter 3's was, yeah, it's only like 100 copper more. And then Mines of Matubin potion, you know, just, about 2.5 before, and now, you know, just a casual 9 silver each. Oh yeah, how much are the supplies now? They fixed the issue from before, but they might have overcompensated just a little bit too much. By a lot. Like, it costs more than, like, every other chapter combined. Alright, let me go see where some of the Mines of Matubin pots are. Yeah, these went up too. These were only like 7 before. Yeah, a lot of alchemy is just all over the place in price. Interesting. Yep, they have been fixed. Though in all fairness, they're still cheaper than before. Making a health potion is still way cheaper after the update compared to now. It's just not as egregious as before. But it's still cheaper. Interesting. Is that the case for a lot of other potions? What are some of these other ones? 35%. That's the other ingredient for it. But yeah, it is still way cheaper to make a 35% heal potion compared to the current state of the game. These went up slightly. Those went up a lot. Whoa, poor hammer mages. Why? Alright, they fixed it. They fixed it. They fixed it. Alright, picking up supplies from the ground for Mines of Matubin is not pointless anymore. They have fixed it. All good. It's just the potion price is now absurd now, though. But they have indeed fixed it. Interesting. I wonder if they'll re-fix it or something. He's in the current state of the game. Wow, those are 10 silver each. I don't know. From what I can gather right now, based on all price changes, panic buy 5% Mines of Matubin potion seems to be the most enticing panic buy right now. Oh yeah, how much does a sage go up by? I gotta see this. Really? That's it? Only 5.42? You know how far away this is from a bank? It's like the furthest resource in the game and it is barely even adjusted. Interesting. And of course that went up for the 10% potion. Alright, let me go check a couple other things then. Oh yeah, how much is the fear potion? Wait. I didn't check that. I checked the other ingredient that we had banked, but I didn't check, how much is the next fear potion we need to make? I'm pretty sure it's cheaper under the new system. I also have to check how much the potion is make. The problem is I can't check it because I don't have the level, though. What am I looking for? I'm looking for where on earth 15-minute fear is. Let's see. 15-minute fear, 15-minute fear, 15-minute fear. I know what it looks like when I see it. I know what the new symbol is. I'm just not sure where it is in all this mess. 15-minute fear, 15-minute fear, 15-minute fear. Oh! I forgot. It's the grayed out items. I'm looking at the wrong spot. Because I forgot I can't make it yet. There it is. Found it. Alright. Wow. They're actually really still expensive. Really? Alright, that's fine, I guess. So all the ones we picked up earlier were fine. Oh, killing those boss spikes really good in Chapter 5 then. When you say panic buy, do you mean the mats of the potion or outright? Both. Either or. Probably more so the potion themselves because it's quicker. But no, currently, I'm not sure if they're going to readjust it because they might. But there is no better panic buy than like thousands upon thousands of 5% Mines of Matubin potions. Because they can be bought 24 at a time instantly over and over again without needing to bank. So out of any panic buy I've seen so far, 5% Mines of Matubin is the best. However, they could adjust it again. So be wary if you do panic buy because they might rework the beta. After people see that one 5% potion costs more than every 5% potion combined. But if it stays exactly as is, the best thing to panic buy is like 10,000 Mines of Matubin 5% pots. Or some kind of absurd number. But yeah, fear potions do not actually get any cheaper. So it's still going to be just as expensive. But that means it's easier to get the secondary ingredient. Before, if we wanted the secondary ingredient, we had to kill toads. Which is easier for Cryonite, but banking them and just the toads themselves are a lot more annoying. Whereas the enemy now is much, much easier. Wait, am I getting spikes or the spectral? Let me double check. Wait, was I getting spikes? Oh, that's bad if we have to go do spectral. Wait, never mind. Let me go double check. Was all the tentacle thing being converted into spike or spectral? Please tell me it's spectral. Why do I feel like it was spike? Whatever stack is bigger of the two is what it got converted into. Also, look at this stack now. Oh, that is juicy. That's some good material right there. No! The tentacle gets converted into the easier to obtain material. No! Which makes sense because that is the way that they are right now. This one's easier to obtain and this one's hard to obtain. And after the update, this one's easier to obtain and this one's hard to obtain. So it's the same thing still. But no, all the tentacles converted into the one that's easier to get. Also, hello, Miles, yes. Can you compare the Stonewall Hill XP pot material prices? Yeah, I can check it real quick. Oh no, are they higher or lower? I can also check the prices of the potions too. That's not something I could do with a lot of them. But supposedly they also changed the sell price of quite a few things. Oh yeah, don't panic sell my 12 minutes. They actually went up in price. 12-minute fear is up like 300 bronze or copper, whatever it is. I believe this one also went up. The 9-minute. Does anyone remember what 9-minute potent potion is in the main game? Because 7.3 is pretty good. Like, so good it's worth selling these and keeping these, actually. Wait, what? What? These went up by, like, double. Alright, panic keep. Stop using your 9-minute fears and start chugging 12 minutes. These things are so cheap right now. Alright, stop drinking your 9-minute fears if you are. Sell them after the update. Because 12-minute fear is cheaper than them now, and better, simultaneously. I wonder what the price to make a 12-minute fear is these days. Do I have the supplies for it? I do. Because this is a 12-minute fear. This plus this. But these potions are way... Let me go double check the pricing. They're really close to a bank, so they weren't really adjusted that hard. I just want to check this real quick. Yeah, they weren't really increased that much. Maybe like 100, 200 bronze here and there. It's not that much increase though. Oh, this one got increased a lot more though because it's further from a bank. Now the glow plant costs almost as much as the other one. Well, good thing we got a bunch of them earlier. Anyways, Stonewall Hill, I think Miles ES was asking about. They look about the same to me. I don't think they were really adjusted that much. Maybe they will be a little bit more before the chapter comes out. But as it currently stands, they look pretty similar. I forget exactly what the prices were because I didn't make too many of them. But they look pretty comparable to now. I'm trying to see anything else that like drastically changed. But when it comes to alchemy supplies, it seems most of the changes applied to Mines of Matubin from what I could tell. There are a few that were like further away that got like a little bit extra value. But most of the change were to Mines of Matubin supplies. As well as just supplies from combat in general. Being heavily readjusted. To not be like literally free. Alright, Also, hogberries went up a lot. More so even that thing that was like that one shell in the middle of nowhere. These went up a lot. Wait, isn't this for the 7-minute fear? Wow! If you have not done your 104 alchemy grind yet, panic train alchemy to 104. Because this potion now costs like 13, 14 silver to make now. In the current state of the game, it costs 1 silver to make. After the rework, it costs 14 silver per potion. No wonder why that potion's selling for so much more now. Like more than the 12-minute fear. Wow, that is pricey. But yeah, the potion that costs less than 1 silver pretty notoriously at 104 alchemy now costs whatever these two numbers add together is. Which is a little over 14 silver, up from 1 silver. 1 silver total, not 1 silver per item. 1 silver total. Honestly, if you're panic buy those supplies, gosh. If you want to panic buy something like that. Those, I say, are the two biggest panics right now. Panic buy all the supplies you need for 104 potions, if you haven't done the grind yet. Which in the current state of the game is, That's just a good question. What is it in the current state of the game? I don't remember. But whatever you need for the 104 alchemy potion, buy them now. Because they are being price hiked to like 14 times compared to now. That is insanely high compared to now. But I think it's like the smaller blue tentacle plus like something else is what they use now. Oh yeah, I guess they use the lowest eye and the lowest tentacle from Mines of Matubin. So like that blue tentacle with like that lowest tier eye is what they are right now. But those two supplies are being increased by about 14 times in price compared to now based on current beta. Keep in mind, this is still subject to change, though. But yeah, I would say the biggest panic buy is Mines of Matubin potion. Let me double check a couple other shops while we're here, though, going through everything. Nothing has changed here. All raw ingredients are the same. So all raw ingredients for cooking is unchanged. Except for the things you need to gather. Up. Even more reason to get 208. They were 7 silver before. Now they're 8.4. The -7 button is now a -8.5 button. But yeah, all the gatherables like that. Oh, good thing I got a lot of these potatoes. Remember when I was banking these potatoes earlier? Instead of the 10% potion supply? Technically, they are worth more now. It costs 400 more silver to get this potato than it does to get the sage. Or not the sage, whatever that one red blood thing is. That one blood thing for the 10% potion costs 10 silver each. This is now 10.4. We banked a lot of these. Well, time to bank more when we go do combat. But wow, those went up. They were already pretty pricey, like 8 something, but now they're like 10.4. What other big one do I want to go check? Yeah, the biggest one I've seen so far is still Panic by 5% Mines of Matubin, though. I'm not going to do it quite yet, though, because they might rework it. But if all prices exactly as is the current state of the game after the update, which are all subject to change, the biggest Panic buy is Mines of Matubin Potion. They're almost 4 times cheaper in the current state of the game. Definitely 3 times cheaper. But, yeah, that'd be the biggest one. But you can mass buy them infinitely without having to keep going to a bank over and over and over again. This is one of the reasons why they're so good to panic buy. Don't quite do it yet, though. Because we still don't know exactly everything that's going to happen. Another one to consider is Panic by 5% Mines of Matubin Potion. The AFK one. It's currently only 26.4. Like, the per potion value, not the ratio value. Like, the ratio value is way better buying 5% now. But these are still going up a lot. If you wanted to use the 5% AFK potion, it is currently 86.4. And under the new system, it is way bigger number. Like 12.4 more. Like, we're talking a basically 50% increase in price. I wonder if any of the other chapters change a lot, though I'd probably mostly couldn't care about Mines of Matubin Potion in this regard. But just hypothetically, Chronopolis is 3320. Basically unchanged. Forest 1 is 2240 there. What's it currently? Basically unchanged. Yeah, it's most of the Mines of Matubin stuff that really change heavily. Because all the new material. But yeah, that's another good one to panic buy. The main reason why potions are the best thing to panic buy is, you can do them infinitely. So you can just mash click them and never need a bank over and over and over again. You simply just mash click this button and you're good to go. But yeah, 5% Mines of Matubin and 5% AFK Mines of Matubin are the 2 biggest panic buys, I could say. Still want to check a few other things while we're going, though. I guess the last other big one is to double check logs and carpentry supplies. More so carpentry supplies. To see how badly I need to start banking everything we ever touch with carpentry. I want to see if they've gone up a lot. Because right now it's really meta just to buy them. But yeah, I was expecting this to be coming out closer to when trading comes out. But they have just price hiked every shop now, pretty much. There were a few situations where things are cheaper. But for the most part, everything is more expensive from a shop. Not everything, though. There's still a lot of things that stayed the same. But generally, things that require a gathering skill have gone up a lot. Either via combat or via any of the gathering skills. If they're not directly related to it, they haven't really changed much. What shop am I looking for? Gwen's Lumber. Actually, this isn't not the one I care about as much. I never buy anything from him. The thing that really matters is his carpentry shop over here. Now, this is the shop that really matters. Alright, let's start checking some prices. What's this guy's name again? Timber Merchant. Timber Merchant's the guy we're looking for. Timber Merchant. Alright, let's see what this guy has. Alright, let's just take a random tier 6. Perfect Ash Plank. So these two are the numbers we're looking for. The 6.8 and the 16 on the dot. Not much of an increase. Surprisingly, very minimal increase. Let's check Hickory. What do I need here? Gosh, there's too much text there. I can't even read the thing. Hickory. Where's the better hickories? Average, rugged, hickory, hickory, perfect. Alright, there we go. Yeah, they've gone up slightly, but not as much as you think they would. This went up by 600 copper for tier 5 hickory. The highest one went up by a number I can't quite tell, but it looks like about 700 silver. But yeah, not huge. And then we can see juniper underneath. Juniper is 200 increase. So yeah, nothing too huge. This one went up by 500 copper, 200 copper. They are up, but barely. But yeah, everything in carpentry is like a few hundred copper up. No like super crazy numbers anywheres. Or it's more expensive, but not like absurdly more expensive. Let me check Suave, that's a pretty important one. The good old Swave. I guess you as well, because you is one I might actually be going on my way to buy. This wave went up by... It went down? It's so close to a bank, it went down in price. That's funny. Swaves, because they're literally like one tile from a bank, have actually gone down in price. That's really, really funny. How about U's? U's are the big one, because these we might actually have to go out of our way to buy. And currently they're 24.9 and 50.6. Ouch. What are they after the update? Yeah, they're a bit more expensive. 800 copper more each for the tier 5. And hard to tell on the other one. I want to say about a 1.1 higher silver. So one is 700 and the other one is 1.1. 700 copper, 0.7, and one is 1.1 silver more. But yeah, everything other than Suave went up in price, but barely. But U-Log's taking the biggest hit. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. How much is Deathstone now? Do you have to give him your entire bank account number to be able to buy Deathstone? Let me go double check Deathstone. Oh, yeah, let me check the explosives, too. No, the explosives probably didn't change. Let me go double check Deathstone. Plus, you get most of them from the passive anyways. Also, hello, BK. Welcome, welcome. How did the equipment items change? Are items no longer zone restricted? Yes, items are no longer zone restricted. From what I can tell, most of the skins you end up getting by level 1000. But I'm not sure if they're readjusting that or not. Oh, the 2500 you need. At level 1000, it seems like you have like max visual in the current state. What did I come here to check? I came here to check something and I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah, Deathstone. Alright, how bad is Deathstone now? Deathstone. Somewhere's in here is Deathstone. Oh no, is that bad? They're pricey, but are they a lot pricier than earlier? What's this shop called again? Profits? Interesting rocks. Or Poffits. Alright, where's your Deathstone? Deathstone, where are you? There. Alright, tier 5 and tier 6 Deathstone. Yep, Deathstone is up. Deathstone is indeed up. Not by a lot, but a decent amount. Similar to use. Yeah, this is 1.9 up. And this one is 2.2 up. So 1.9 and 2.2. Silver. Increase. For tier 5, tier 6. Interesting. But yeah, overall, the best panic buy I've seen so far, though do keep in mind prices are still subject to re-change. But the best panic buy is 5% Minds of Matubin active potion and 5% Minds of Matubin passive potion. Oh yeah, we didn't check the horns. Let me go check the horns. I would assume everything is up except for Bone Spike, which is probably down if it's anything like Suave. Or Swave, whatever it is. But it's likely similar to Suave, where Bone Spike went down and everything else went up. I can go check it real quick. That's like the last really major shop we haven't seen yet. But if it's anything like the other shop, then Bone Spike is down, everything else up. The Bone Spike down is like barely any. Like we're talking like less than 1%. It's down very little. Alright, let me go check. What's this shop called again? Jangle. 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 Jangle's Bone Shop. Alright, first thing I want to check, Bone Spike, because we're already here. No, they're actually still more expensive. Interesting. That's weird. Suave logs, despite being like one tile away from a bank, have become cheaper. But bone spikes have become more expensive still. Not by much. 400 copper and 1.1 silver. Interesting. But everything seems to be up then. Alright, let's go take one that's really important. Like femur, I guess, technically. This is the best one. So how much up is femur? Femur. This is how all off classes make their better level shield. Let's see. Femur. Yeah, femur's up quite a bit. In this case, it's up by 13 point, or sorry, 1.4. Sorry, what am I saying? Wrong numbers. 1.8, I mean. Tier 5 is up 1.8, and final tier is up by, wow, 3.6. Yeah, femur's up a lot. Interesting. Which one of these is the best shield making one then? Because you only need 3 material. Which one is the cheapest under the new system? The cheapest under the new system is... It looks like goat horn. Is the new cheapest material. Oh no, is goat horn really that close to a bank? What is the difference between it now and after? Goat horn tier 5. Yeah, wow, they're up a lot. We're talking 1.5. For tier 5, and then 3.3. This is the cheapest material you can use as non-guardian to make a shield upgrade of the higher rarities. But yeah, they're both up by quite a lot per shield, because you need 3 of them each shield. Interesting. I think that's almost everything I want to go check right now then. But yeah, that's a lot of panic buying. We need to go do a lot of panic money making. Anyways, back to the main game. I might mess around with it a little bit more later. But yeah, panic buy a lot of things. Though the most interesting, easy to do one, though keep in mind prices are still subject to re-change. But if nothing changes in the current state of the game, 5% Mines of Matubin and 5% AFK Mines of Matubin are the main two I'm going for. As they are substantially better value to buy now rather than later. I'm going to spend my whole cash stack on like both of them. Is my current plan. I don't think I'm even going to stock up on anything else because I'll just get it from Gatherer itself. If I really need it. But those seem to be the biggest two I'm going to like panic buy like crazy. I'm not going to do it yet though because I want to wait until we get a re-update on the beta. Like, I want to wait until, like, they're about to announce, like, 1 day from now, we're going to go do the update. But, the second they do, we are panic buying so much Mines of Matubin potion if they don't change. The amount of panic buy that occurs is going to be very high. Anyways, back to what we're doing. A goal for today hasn't changed, but my goal for the next week might have changed drastically. The two 5% are the 5% active Mines of Matubin and the 5% AFK Mines of Matubin. The better ratio is the 5% one. The 5% active. However, if you plan on using the 5% passives, they're probably still worth buying now. If you plan to do a lot of passives in Mines of Matubin. Because they're increasing by like 50%. The other one's increasing by like 3 times the price. So it's better ratio overall. But it's a lot more likely to be panic bought by everyone, so when trading comes out, it's not going to be as relevant, I guess, technically. But I assume they're going to adjust it down some. So I don't want to buy any of them quite yet. Because they're likely going to re-update the beta. But if it stays like that, or even close to that, before the update happens, we're definitely going crazy on them. Worst comes to worst, we're going to need them anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Because I'm going to need like over 10,000 5% Mines of Matubin plus like thousands of AFK 5%. But yeah, overall, when it comes to prices of everything, take it with a grain of salt because all of them are subject to change like 5 more times before it gets released. But based on current beta, my current trajectory is we need to buy so many Mind of Batubin potions before the update. As they are being affected the most out of anything by quite a margin. If anything, they overcompensated for the change that they were doing earlier. The other thing that's really good value to make under the current changes, though of course this could change, is the 104 Fear Potion currently costs 1 silver to create. After the update, it costs over 14 silver to create. It is over 14 times higher in price. Almost close to like 16 times in price. Yeah, I sold all my limpets recently too. There's actually a lot of alchemy supplies I got rid of. Just to clear up some bank to make it easier to train. I didn't have a lot of them though. I think I only had like 40, 50 or something. Wasn't a particularly high number. Do we have any clue when that patch is going to happen to the main? We do not know. If I had to guess, probably sometime mid-March. We have no official date for when the patch is going to happen, though. Think you might pivot to Panic Alchemy now? Yeah, a lot of alchemy is going up in price. The only problem with that is the next potion I need to make has not gone up that much. The biggest issue with it is I don't know what the new sell price is, because I don't have 238 alchemy yet. But if anyone is able to check, I'm not sure if anyone can check here. If you're on the beta and make a 238 15-minute fear potion, I really need to know how much that sells for. The current rate, honestly, I might have that alchemy level before we even get there. I don't know, we'll see. I'm not sure what I should be doing right now. Panic make money or panic train alchemy? They're both a good idea. Hey, we're finally going to be putting this in together, by the way. I'm caving in. I'm finally putting in together. That way, by the time we hit our scout level or woodcutting level and go process all the logs we got from woodcutting, we should be really close to 208 gather then. We're not doing all that today, though. Main goal is 207 scout and some amount of woodcutting. Probably 205 woodcutting. But I want to finish the rest by tomorrow so that we can pivot to whatever on-earth we're doing. As we panic level whatever we need for the update. How goes the shores? We got to try the new beta patch, and apparently they're increasing the price of almost everything. So we gotta do panic money making into panic buying soon. Panic buy everything. There's only a handful of things we really need to panic buy, though. Yeah, panic raid dents is also huge. There's too many things we need to panic do. There's not enough time to panic do them all. Hello, Brighter Shore Central. Welcome, welcome. What should Hopeport mains panic do? Buy like every 5% Minds of Matubin potion imaginable. Keep in mind they could change it, but they go up 3 times in price compared to every other potion, changing by like a few percent. But Minds of Matubin 5% potion goes up by like 3 times the price. I assume they're gonna adjust that a little bit though. I would definitely not panic buy anything quite yet, other than alchemy. Panic training alchemy is perfectly fine. So if you're currently panic training alchemy to 200 or 500 or something like that, keep doing that. But I wouldn't panic buy any one item quite yet, until we're a bit closer to the update. Are the Hope Forest pots going up? Yes, but not by that much. Like a few percent. They are more expensive after the update, but barely. I think it's a really small margin. The main ones affected are things really far from a bank. So a lot of mining supplies end up going up quite a bit. Forager supplies that are like in the middle of nowhere went up quite a bit. Which also affected the corresponding potions, of course. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can only buy potions up to what chapter you have unlocked. I forgot about that. I always just assumed the shop had everything stocked. Well, there's a few individual alchemy supplies that went up by a lot. The most noteworthy ones are the 9-minute fear potion. They went up about 15 to 16 times in price. And those you can buy in chapter 1. The only problem is you can only buy 24 at a time, so it takes forever to bank them. It's specifically the blue tentacle and the lowest tier eye from Mines of Matubin currently. They're worth about 15, 16 times more in the current update. Keep in mind, still subject to change, but at least currently they're 15 to 16 times cheaper in the current state of the game than after the update. And that you can buy in chapter 1. The only problem is you can only buy 24 at a time. Unlike potions that you can just mass buy instantly. But I have a feeling they're going to change the prices again. The prices they currently have I don't think are going to stand. Because they overcompensated a little bit. Initially they undercompensated, but now they really overcompensate in some areas. So at some point they're going to get a middle ground patch out, probably. Any changes to Chef? No. Every static ingredient is the same. The only ones that went up are the ones related to skills. So the potatoes went up from Forager, the leeks went up from Gatherer, so on and so forth. The fish went up as well. Oh yeah, that's something I forgot to check. I didn't bother checking the fish prices while I was on. I didn't even look at the shop at all. But yeah, Forager went up, like the potatoes. The leeks from Gatherer, the fish from Fisherman. So fishing is actually a little bit more relevant now. Should probably go panic, do 226 Fisher as well. And all the panicking. There's too many things we gotta panic do. Not enough time to panic do them all. As I'm doing something that's not related to any of them. Though in all fairness, these logs are slightly going up, I guess, technically, but barely. How do we have so much gold? I don't know. We don't have that much gold right now. We're at like 16 gold. It's not like too much at the moment. If anything, I might need to go do merchant leatherworker. So we can actually make money so we can afford everything. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else I could do in the current state of the game that makes a lot of money that we need to go do. The only thing that comes to mind is merchant leatherworker. Huckle Bearer, I never thought about that either. This is probably a really good game for that kind of schedule as well. Like if you had a lot of time on the weekends, but barely any time on the weekdays. Because during the weekdays, you can just maintain your AFK activities. And on the weekends, you can actually just like power grind. Never thought about that. But it does work pretty good for that. Since dailies take like only a few minutes to maintain normally. Unless you need a knowledge point. Which case takes like 10-20 minutes. Which reminds me, one of my alts need a knowledge point later today. They're getting there. I think they're almost at 100. Oh yeah, that reminds me too. One of them has like 1 gold. I could technically panic buy on that one too. The other account has like literally 0 though because it costs so much to do stonemason. I wonder if that's gonna be even more expensive after the update. I didn't even think about that. Like the AFK activity for stonemason. Might burn even more money than it already does. It's already at 0. Now it's gonna be at like negative cash. Panic do AFK combat on the alts. Oh no, have we seen how much money endgame AFK activities make? I haven't actually bothered testing that. Has anyone tested like what a 1,000 AFK is like profit-wise? Or 1,500? Or 2,000? Because I haven't checked out my current like 880-ish that we have. Compared to what it is now. Because the best I could do right now is my 272 for, or technically my 256 for the pale whiskered rat grunt. So I could test this, see how much we get, and then compare it to what we get from the beta. I'll do that later. I'm not going to do that right now, though. But I don't know. Is it a lot more after the update? Because I haven't actually tested that yet. Because I'm not sure if my current 256 is more or less than what our 880 activity would be after the update, or 900 or whatever we have by then. I'm not sure if like a 250 now is better than a 900 then. I will test that at some point though. Just not at this exact moment. You got the first 3 episodes to level 200 plus. Working on 50 carp is what you need now, you think, to fix the chest? Yeah, you need 45 woodcutting and 50 carpentry. And the ability to kill level 60. So level 60 can be killed pretty low. It's doable around level 25 to 30. If you use the safe spot that's in the room. Because you can use the chest itself as a safe spot. There's a few others as well, but your chest is the easiest one to use. Oh, let's talk about the requirements for Lost and Found. Oh, so one more combat level and we shouldn't have to kill these things again. Even right now, we could technically probably move to the goblins, but I still want one more level where we get our free woodcut again. I don't know, we're leaving so much value on the ground, though. Maybe it is finally time to go see if we can kill the goblins consistently. Well, you know what? We're going to give it a shot and see. We can pick up everything from the ground and start doing it, because we need money. And what we're doing right now is not money. Alright, let me put away these 2 stray logs and go head to the thingy thing. Alright, let me put all that away. Teleport over to like a few inches away from me. And let me go check this. Can we consistently kill these goblins? Because honestly, I might need to start doing it for money. Because every drop here should be like 10 silver or so. And there shouldn't be any kind of drop from the ground that we need to pick up. Because I believe these are dropping the low level Thistle, not the good ones. Alright, let's see. Can we kill the goblin without healing? Obviously I'll get some heal pots, but ideally I want to do it without a heal. Only big issue about these guys is since we're a lower level, we can't wield any upgrade until 3 levels from now. Yeah, it's problematic. We're gonna need like a double heal here. This is what I was trying to avoid. That would just bring to 25% or something. Yeah, that was my biggest concern with these guys. is we can technically kill them, but we might have to double heal every fight. Definitely single heal. Unless we get really lucky. Yeah, that fight wasn't too bad, though we were able to get every axe hit in before he reached us, which is good. We gotta make sure to do that every time. But yeah, we definitely gotta start the panic money-making methods. Ideally via combat, so we can get two things done at once. The combat we need while also getting the money we need to panic buy everything. But we'll have to wait and see when they redo the beta again. Because they're definitely going to do at least one more update to it, I would assume. Or I sure hope so. Pretty sure whatever the next update is will be like the definitive last one. But I assume they're going to do one more update to it. I don't see why they wouldn't. Because they're going to need to take all the feedback from all the feedback. I might have to use our free teleport to Hopeport soon. Because we are out of healing potions, and we definitely need them for these guys. We're going to keep killing them. I don't want 207 for now, though. My goal of 207 still stands. Technically, we need 209, but that's a later issue. So we can actually wear all their gear. Also, oddly enough, no gear drop yet. These are push 200 enemies, though, which is worth considering. So even when we do get a gear drop, it's almost guaranteed to be the 1-star over and over and over again. Because we're at the higher rarity curve. Yeah, they still dropped a lower level Thistle, which means I only pick up gear, which is actually good because that means we can sell every single thing we get from these, and we need the money right now. So that's perfect. And it looks like 20% pots are enough. So when I come back here and inevitably die to them, we come back with 20%, so we don't need 25%. Oddly enough, 20% are slightly cheaper now, and 25% are slightly more expensive now compared to after the update. Like, barely so, but it's like 50 copper difference. You wish you joined the combat beta just to see what an average player makes of it? You still can. You can do it at any point. It's an open beta. You just have to go to Steam, right-click on Brighter Shores, click on Properties, go down to Beta, and type in Beta Cabbage 8. They posted the code public, so, you know, you can just share it whenever. Normally when a lot of games do that, they, like, hide it and only make sure, like, a few dozen people get it or something. But they publicly made it available, so... Like, you have to opt into it, but it's available to anyone. But I definitely advise taking a peek at it. Especially after the changes they made today, because they made a lot of shop price changes.
Like a lot. Almost all increasing. I thought they would do that closer to trading, but they actually did it now. Or at least in the beta side. Price in the main game, obviously, unchanged so far. I think this is the battle we finally die. I'm waiting until we lose a fight to get a free teleport back. So we can go bring a bunch of healing pots with us. Nope, the beta's still going. They just simply updated it today. But no, it's still going. It's probably going all the way until the patch happens, I would assume. I might check it again a little bit as well this stream. We already did earlier, but there's still a few more things I want to check that I didn't initially. I just want to get some progress first before we do. A little bit later in stream, we'll go back to the beta, at least for a little bit. Check all the things we didn't check. Like the fishing shop prices and a few other things. What's the other one that I mentioned most recently? Something else I wanted to go check. Some I can't because I don't have access to them, like the price of the 238-minute fear. I mean, a 50-minute fear. The 5% pot I already checked. Stonewall Hill is basically unchanged. Hey, what's the next potion after that? I guess it's the one from Gather. We're already gonna gather that ourselves though. And now these potions are like super not worth making. They already weren't. Like the plus 70 Tempest Day and the plus 80 Tempest Day. But now they're really not worth making. Which means the AFK supplies for those 3 potions, or 2 potions, probably were pretty good then. Oh, that's one that probably increased a lot then. The 267 mining one, potentially. So yeah, a few things we need to go peek at again later then. Is it worth rushing the raids in Chapter 4 to go do them? Yes. I didn't check to see if they got adjusted all in the beta when we went back in, because I don't think it mentioned it in the patch notes. But as it currently stands, the raid dens in Chapter 4 are being nerfed into the ground. So doing them now is really good. The problem is I'm way too far away to be able to do them properly. Maxing out Detective without it isn't going to be too big an issue, though. There's a lot of things you can do with Detective that aren't that bad. You just have to camp raid dens for way less than you did in the past. But getting to 500 still takes about the same amount of time. It's just the amount of combat XP you get for 500 Detective is almost 0 after the update. Like, way lower than it is now. But your actual Detective XP rate is pretty much the same. It just forces you to do more of, like, normal detective activities instead of raid den all the way to 500. Way too far to do raid dens properly. Well, I need, to be able to do my next raid den, I need 344 combat and 344 detective. I can't start training detective again properly again until 315. Like, the amount of grind I would have to do to get to the next raid den in the current state of the game is like 2 weeks. If not 3 weeks. Like, there's not enough time to do the grind. Do you use the Fear Punch or just sell them? Under the new system, definitely sell. As the sell value of quite a few of them being increased by a lot. Particularly the 9-minute Fear Potion. Because we're doing surprisingly good not needing heals all of a sudden. We've actually gotten a decent amount of battles in a row where we didn't end up needing one ultimately. Nice, already got like a third the bar down before we even engage the fight. Or more so, fourth. There's gonna be something interesting with more ammo as well. There's gonna be a lot of fights you can just kill before they even reach you. Especially if they're slower moving. And especially if they are slower moving and they add extra movement speed. You've been watching Doctor Who while grinding out the game? Nice. Honestly, I need to go find another long series to go grind out the game with. I'm starting to run out of backlog things I've been watching. And at this point, I've seen literally like every Brighter Shores video in existence. Not counting people's live streams. You get 500 everything by the end of One Piece? Oh gosh. Oh gosh, we're finally gonna die too. Okay, at least we can finally get to go get our 20% pots. Come on, RNG. Nah, this was inevitable to happen. We killed like 20 goblins, but no heals. Alright, let's go get our healing pots. Money, money, money. Alright, Shoto's over for a while. Should we go get the Mines of Matubin while we're here? Panic buy Mines of Matubin. Panic buy Mines of Matubin. Panic buy, panic buy, panic buy. I want to click it so badly. Panic buy. How badly I want to click this button like 100-something times. And we triple our money every click. In the current state of the beta. Oh, wrong way. Oh, that's not good. I didn't get any range hit on him. Yeah, there's a lot of videos on the game saying the game is bad. Honestly, I still love this game. As much as day one. I'm actually surprised the appeal wasn't slightly bigger. He says everything I wanted from it. I'm just surprised how many people were disappointed with what was there. Is everything I wanted from Brighter Shores it was at launch. He's obviously was releasing an early access, but all the core systems were there. Just needs to add a ton of content on top of it. You were surprised by Chronopolis? Yeah, Chronopolis was really good. The biggest issue with Chronopolis is that every chapter isn't Chronopolis. It's actually really, really unique. But yeah, Merchant and Detective were really, 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 really good. As far as how unique they are. Oh, am I gonna die here? You've got to be kidding me. Alright, maybe I should go get better heal pots. I've already committed to 20% though. How do we go from like killing like 10 in a row without needing a single heal to like double death back to back with heals now? Even with heals, we're dying now. We did like 10 without a single heal. But yeah, I'm still not sure how to feel about the current beta changes right now, as far as what we should be focusing on. I still want to do my current goal, which is 2-8 Gather. I know this isn't Gather, it is us training Gather though, I assure you. I still want to finish our current goal of like 2-8 Gather, 2-8 Woodcutting, stuff like that. But beyond that, yeah, I'm not sure what the pivot is. To some degree, it's train alchemy, but the upcoming things where I need to train alchemy are not that affected under the new update. Some of the ones before and after are. But my next immediate potion I need to spam like crazy is completely almost unaffected by the changes. Like maybe it went up like a few %, but that's it. Make and spend as much money as possible? Honestly, pretty much. I'm considering the Merchant Leatherworker pivot. But I also kind of just want to make it all from combat so we can still get combat progress. But yeah, my current plan, I'm pretty sure it's just make money and spend it all on 5% Mind of Matubin's potions. Both the normal 5% and the 8k 5%. And basically buy enough to get 500 all mines in Matubin. How many is that? I have no clue, but it's a lot. It's a lot, but it'll be worth it in the end. Like we're talking almost like 100 gold worth of value. There's even more than that. Let's see, about how much would we have to AFK every skill here? Like, about how many hours is a level? Like 8-ish? And we're gonna getting a few... How many levels do we think we're gonna get? Let's say it's about 8 per level with 5% potion active. And then it comes down to how many are we gonna do via passive activity. Let's say maybe 200? 200 sounds like a pretty realistic number. Which means I would need 1,600 of them. So what is this number times 1,600 then? Alchemy shop. Or potion shop. How do you get to Ebsworth shop? Potion shop. Ebsworth. What I'm looking for right now is, how many do we guesstimate? Like 1,600? What is this number times 1,600? Not that one. This one. What is 26.4 times 1,600? What was the number again? 26.4 times 26.4. It is 42 gold. That's actually not horrifically bad. We might need a little bit more than that. But it's about 46 gold for most, if not all, the 5% I'll ever need for Mind of Matubin AFK. Not counting the few we might get from Alchemy itself. As we would make the 8% passive right there at that level range. Till we get to 277. But it's only 10 levels worth of making it though. We would also technically make this one, potentially, most likely. All the way until we get to that one. But beyond that, I would have to make the 5% last us all the way to 500, 500, 500. Oh yeah, there's a lot of quick math you generally have to do in the games like this. Especially if you're planning like way ahead for everything you need. Like Alchemy in particular is basically the spreadsheet simulator when training it and everything. What level does KP drop off? It never drops off. It's basically as useful at any level once you can start using it. But if you mean when you start needing like 16 instead of 4, it is at 200. Do I recommend doing raid dens now? Oh, I recommend doing so many things right now. There's too many things that you need to panic do right now to even do them all. But I would say the biggest two is raid dens and make money to go buy things with. Is the price hiking everything, not when trading's coming out, but like now. Like as soon as the Combat 1 rework comes in, they are price hiking nearly every item in the game. Most notably gathering supplies and the potions that correspond with them. As well as technically combat supplies that are alchemy supplies from combat specifically. But basically anything that is a gathering based skill in any way, shape, or form, and any final product related to them is being increased by a lot. Some potions as much as like 15 times more expensive. Though on average, most things are being changed by a few percent to about like 30-ish%. There are a few outliers that are like way out there though. They might adjust those outliers though. Because everything in the beta is still subject to change. You have like 60k HP pots? Oh gosh. 35% heal potions are actually still cheaper to make under the new system. Oddly enough. A lot of the healing potions actually didn't really change too much other than the highest one being cheaper. And the ones from the shops are only like 50 copper difference, which is basically 0. Like their difference is so small, it's trivial. Yeah, the best HP pot to buy, based on current changes we've seen, is Mines and Matubans. All of them went up slightly, but the one that really changed was Mines and Matuban. And that's where I plan to do a lot of my grind anyway, so even if they don't go up as much, like if they rebalance them to be like not as egregious as they are now, it's probably still worth buying them now rather than later. The only problem with that is the amount of potions I need are like 100 gold worth, and I have like 16 gold. Which is not ideal. But yeah, we might have to hard pivot to Merchant Motherworker. As much as I would hate to have to do that, I think I gotta go Merchant until we get our next hide. And then do nothing but Leatherworker and sell all of them. And if I need them later, then we'll just get them later. As much as I want to save all of them post 200, that'll be one of the few where we kind of have to go sell now for the money. His combat's going to make way too little. Like right now, at this exact moment in time, we're probably making like 3, 4, 500 silver an hour. Which is very, very low. But I'm not sure if I'm going to be doing any panic raid dens at the moment, though. The biggest issue with panic raid denning is you make no money from it. So you can't panic buy supplies if you panic do raid den. Because I don't mind training Detective manually to 500. For one, it's already a useless skill, so if anything else, we can just let it sit there. So we'll have even more incentive to not get it up. Because what on earth are you using 500 Detective for? Because at most, its only really good usefulness is making like slightly more money while you do Merchant. But the knowledge points you get from AFK raid dens, you can do from pretty much any combat in the game. The only thing that makes it good is the fact that it's AFK. Oh, the shortcuts cut off at like 83. It's a big issue that Detective has. It has no use case after 83 in the current state of game. Like, after you get 83, you basically have max level Detective in the current state of game. Aside from the little bit of money buff that you can get while doing Merchant. Which scales all the way to 490. So I love this little plant here. Is you can go to this tile to force them to this tile, but then you can go right one back and force them around like 8 tiles. Alright, half a level of combat to go. But yeah, this money's just not cutting it. I think tomorrow we start our merchant pivot. The only problem with that is that means we have to do so much leatherworker soon. Because we gotta do leatherworker for like 30 levels from 210 to 240. Selling like 90% of it. So there is one really good thing about the changes in the most recent beta, though. All gathering skills are way more worth banking on now. There's still some you will never bank, but a lot of them have become way better, particularly post 200. That's funny. He's not actually using a yellow weapon. I just never realized. He's Hammer Mage using a non-yellow weapon on something yellowy. Likely because he's doing it through combat rather than a drop. Or, you know, he hasn't gotten the drop yet. I just now noticed that, though. There was the number I calculated earlier. I need about 43 gold to have most of the 5% potions I will need to AFK everything in Mind Matubin in order to buy upwards of 1,400 5% AFK pots there. But it's not even counting in the active 5% sub. That is just the passive. To find out the other number, how many would we have to do? Let me go see. If we assume about 2 levels an hour on everything, it's a little bit better than that, but let's assume 2 an hour. We assumed how many levels from the other thing? 200. So mine is, let's just assume we have 200, so let's say it's 409. So let's see, we need 91. Actually, let's just say 90. Let's just even them out a little. 90... 230, 300. Oh, we still need it for mining though too. Okay, let me put it in the calculator then. 90 plus 230 plus, let's just say 250. Oh no, Venture's gonna cover quite a bit of that. Yeah, I'll keep that as a lower number then. So I'll count that one as like 250 then to account for all the ones we'll get from the Venture. So 820 divided by 2. Times that by 30, because that's how many we would drink per hour. We would need 12,300. Now I need to do 12,300 times whatever the current price is, which is around something. I can see if I can find it on the wiki real quick, just to get the exact number. It is 2.45. So 2.45 times whatever number I just got, which is like slightly over 13,000. And that is roughly how many 5% we'll need. So take that number, 12.3 times 3.25 was it? I already forgot the number. How did I already forget the number? Times 2.45. Times 2.45. I would need another 30 gold. So long story short, we need around 70 plus gold right now. I have 16. We gotta make that before the update. Alright, time to go merchant! Merchant, do leatherwork or sell all. Go, go, go! Panic merchant leatherworker. We need money. Based on the current beta changes, we need slightly over 70 gold, and we're sitting on 16 right now. 16.5. What do I need the money for? That's basically every 5% AFK and active potion I would need for 500 all in Mind of Matubin. Did we check to see if special attacks were on the beta? No, they're not coming in this beta. It's not until wave number 2. But no, special attacks and skill tree are not in this beta. They won't be for a couple months from now. At current rate. Maybe like 2 months from now at the earliest. Oh, I was trying to trick him in the little hole. Oh, wasn't able to trap him. Did I chop juniper logs or buy them? You should definitely chop them. They're 0 tiles away from a bank. They're actually the closest resource in the entire game to a bank. Will you run out of them? There isn't much that you use them on. They're only used for bone rate. And to claim carpentry XP from them. Like, a lot of them you sell unless you are a guardian. As if you're any class that isn't a guardian, you barely need them at all. They're more so for the carpentry XP. Yep, not what I wanted. Don't do that. Yes, let's just drop our entire stack of potions here. Let them despawn for the goblins. That'd be funny if one of them ends up killing you when it happens and then you lose your whole stack. That would not be ideal. Yeah, pop lore is the main log not worth doing. If you were to skip any one tree in the entire game, pop lore is the main one. It is really, 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 really bad value to bank. Oddly enough, I don't think it got adjusted that much with the new price hike. Under the new beta. I don't believe it got price hiked that much. But it's by far the worst one to do currently. The biggest issue with it is another one of those bone rate only ones, so if you're not a guardian, you don't care about it that much. Oh, why is this one hitting so hard? Why on earth is he hitting so hard? I healed and we're still even. But yeah, we're gonna start pivoting for the beta changes starting tomorrow then. It's time to go money, money, money making. One thing I might start doing now too, even though it makes less money now compared to later. But I kind of want to fuse all my 4-star stuff. Fill up every single one of my banks with just pure 4-star. Oh wait, are we using this or not? Yeah, we are. Okay, we'll go, quick. Because the money from that now is actually better than the money from it later, after the update. Oh no, I think the plan is still Merchant Leatherworker though. Nothing's gonna beat it for money. It's just too much money to not do. I feel like we're gonna be top 3 richest player. Oh, we're not even gonna be close. I don't even think we would be top 100 at the moment. Because anytime we ever get any money, we spend it pretty much immediately. Including now. Like, I'm going to be making a bunch of money just to go spend it down to 0. Because the reason I'm spending it now is the potions are cheaper now rather than later. But we don't actually make any money from it. We're just exchanging it for Mines of Matubin XP. Hello, my bud. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, all the money that we'll be making over the next week or two before the combat rework is all being dumped into the XP pots for Mines of Matubin. Like, none of it we actually get to keep. It just makes it so we burn less money down the line. But we don't actually make any money from it at all. It just helps us to not burn as much money. Oh, so we have not gotten a single drop from these guys, by the way. And by not a single, I mean like not a single, not even a 2-star. Because we're finally at the point where the rarity curve falls off a cliff. Oh yeah, we finally got over 4,000 a couple days ago. What rank are we right now? We're rank 13. I'm gonna shuffle with these other 2 players. We keep moving up and down with them. Oh yeah, Chronopolis is definitely the best chapter in the game. It's really nice. You're gonna see us there a lot the next couple weeks. Based on the current combat rework today. Under the beta. Because they're gonna be price hiking nearly every shop. I thought they were gonna wait until trading comes out. But they're actually doing it now. And by now I mean when the Combat 1 rework comes out. Yeah, I do plan to do the max combat grind after special attacks and skill tree. Which means soon we won't be doing any combat for a couple months. Despite doing a lot the last like month or so. Because honestly, I'm getting close to the point where I'll probably get a few more levels for Hopeport. Or Hopeport and Mines of Matubin. But then after that, I think we're just going to be going and selling out all of our gear from every chapter except for like our strongest piece of armor equipment for each. And then just filling it all with 4-star gear. So we can sell it after the merge. I want to go double check. I wonder what people are saying about the update so far. I'm seeing some stuff on it, not a lot. I'm not seeing that much on it currently. Looks like a lot of people haven't tried it yet. I don't see any panic buy posts, and there should be like 100 of them. The main thing that Obelisks do after the new change is they upgrade your tools. So like all the tools that you currently do at the Enchantress is now going to be done at the Obelisk. Beyond that, they'll likely get some kind of other feature in the future. But at the moment, they're only used for tool upgrading after the rework. And that's it. Doing a video on shop prices? I know, we could. Oh, we need to go double check all of them again. The only problem is they're subject to re-change. You don't think the community has realized how big a deal it is? That could be the case, potentially. Because they're kind of, like, crazy all over the place. But they're crazy all over the place to a point where I feel like, they're gonna re-change it. That's the only problem with covering a video like that. There's just almost no way they're gonna keep it exactly as is. Or at least a handful of them are, or I don't feel like. Like the one potion that's being increased 15 times in price, I feel like is not being reworked. I mean, get reworked. Mind and Matubin potions also being as much as they are now will probably get slightly tweaked. I bet I'm gonna die here. Barely. What do you think about the chef not moving update they did like a couple months ago? I'm fine with it, with him just standing there. It definitely makes it less annoying. I can see them changing that and making him move, but change how the cell works, potentially. Almost like an ordering window where you go and sell them to or something, I'm not sure. Rather than selling it directly to the chef himself. I'm perfectly fine with him just being stationary like that. There's a lot of things that Chef needs as a change, though. As far as, like, fundamental changes to the skill. Mostly it doing something beyond nothing. But him moving or not moving, I don't personally feel like it's that big a deal. Food having a purpose beyond nothing is interesting, though. As far as how they tackle that in the future. If they bother doing it at all. If it wasn't for the fact that it's in Chapter 1, I would say you probably wouldn't need to do it at all. But the fact that it's in Chapter 1, they definitely have to make it not pointless. Like, if that was like a skill that was in like Chapter 7, it wouldn't matter as much if it was exactly as it is right now. But they definitely got to make it a lot better for the fact that it's like one of the first skills you're introduced to. Like, it needs to be nearly as good as alchemy. And right now it is not even close. But I need to make Chef nearly as good as alchemy. As far as, like, incentive to level it. Like, something like Detective being pointless in Chapter 4, while not ideal, is kind of fine in the sense that it's so deep into the game. But they can't have something as pointless as Chef in Chapter 1, but how it's currently balanced. In a later chapter, it's not as big a deal. You just can't have it that early. At least in the state that's in now. Yeah, the main thing I would love to see from Chef is, like hourly bonuses of some kind. Like higher regen rate, higher max HP. For like an hour duration. Hello, Josh. Why are you training like this and not just den raiding before the nerf? Mostly because we need a few other things from this chapter. I want to even these out a little bit more just for the levels. But even though raid dens are being nerfed, they're being nerfed in a direction that isn't too bad if you just want to get 500 detective. It's mostly the combat XP that's getting nerfed, not so much the detective XP. You just have to do more of like normal detective to get a 500. But no, the main thing I want to panic do is money making. Because there's about like 50 different things we need to panic buy. Particularly 2 of them after the update today. But there's over 100 items that go up in price after the update. Where are the answers at? It's on the it's on their website. Yeah, we went over them earlier. But it's on their website page underneath the BrighterShores.com combat rework. I forget exactly where the link was, but it was also on the Reddit. Someone posted out all the answers in text form as well. Are they nerfing raid dens? Yes. More so the combat XP from them. Detective XP is still kind of comparable. But the amount of AFK time and combat XP is drastically lower. No, we didn't really do raid dens that much. Like, it is our highest skill, but comparatively, we still haven't done it that much. If you account for AFK time. Because there's a lot of people with 500 roll. Like, if you go check our rank right now, despite us being like 272 and 303, I think we're like rank 100 something for both. Just because of how many people AFK those two. Let's see, is rank 1, or I should say rank 2, I forgot. They fell. But is Vorpal doing raid dens right now? He actually has to come back to raid dens. Interesting. He is on the Panic raid den. Oh no, I still like the Panic money making into Panic buy all the Minds of Attuban potions we need for 500 all. As it fits our next goal a little bit better. Because if we're a little bit behind on combat, I don't really care about that too much. Because once we have special attacks and skill tree and everything, it should be quite a bit quicker. But being behind on the Mind of Attuban potion just burns so much money that we otherwise need. But yeah, the biggest issue with doing combat for money right now is we do not make like anything. This is almost like an hour's worth of loot. And we're probably about to sell this. Of course, we do get some from the kills themselves. But this inventory right here, I think it's like 200 something silver. If you count all the kill silver, it's maybe like, what, 400 or 500 silver? If barely that. Let's see what we get here. But this inventory from almost an hour is like 205 silver. That is so bad. Best case scenario, we're making like 400 or 500 silver right now. Pretty sure it's even lower than that. Well, time to start up Merchant Leatherworker again tomorrow. Officially. At least until we get to the next hide for a merchant. And it is sell like 95% of it for Leatherworker. For that one specific hide. I do plan to bank most of them, but that one hide we're going to have to sell almost all of. Well, a lot of money-making methods do improve as of next patch. For example, Bonewright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason make about 50% more profit after the update. I haven't checked this since the second beta, though. But I didn't see anything in the patch notes that really messed with them. But like, all 3 of these skills make like 50% more. All gathering skills save you more money compared to how they do now. Roughly like 10-ish% or so. Alchemy at many levels also makes more money, assuming you gathered your own supplies. You make more money from alchemy almost across the board if you gather everything yourself. Not counting buying it from shop. But if you actually gather it, you make more from alchemy after the update rather than less. Yeah, honestly, when it comes to the tool upgrade, I almost wish we didn't go for the 35 pickaxe now. I could use that like 12 gold to go dump into more potions. That's fine. This means we have to money make a little bit longer. Honestly, one thing I'm considering, which I really shouldn't do, is I'm considering getting the merchant level for this sheep tide, and then just keep making it even once we get to 240. I really shouldn't do that, though. I'm slightly tempted to, though. Just keep making it and making it. Oh, no, let me go double check. What's the profit per hour of superior sheep leather? What's the wiki say? What is, search, leatherworker. I'm pretty sure it's like 2 gold an hour. Assuming we don't AFK any. Let me double check. It goes up so much by the next one, though. Yeah, it's 2.1, so a solid 2 gold an hour. Even if AFK'd slightly. I'm actually kind of curious then. I wonder how much you make for level 215 investigations for detective. The problem with that, and I'm pretty sure it's lower than 2 gold an hour. that's another thing I didn't actually check. I wonder if they increased the price of hides. Could you imagine? That'd be funny. Oh, finally, we got a 2-star. Unfortunately, it's useless. Not only do we have that good access to weapons to begin with, but they're immune to fire. We finally get a 2-star. It's like the most useless one we could ever get. Hey, our level is almost rolling in. After that, I guess we'll go to woodcutting. I don't know, do we even care about woodcutting now? After what has transpired today? Because we just get 208 woodcutting later. It's not that big a deal. Gather level I still do need though. I can always dump some of my XP I get while doing carpentry into Gather. But yeah, after we go get 207 combat here, I'm gonna go check the beta again. There's a few other things I still want to go check before we go pivot what we're doing next. But yeah, our next week to 3 weeks, however long it takes for the patch to come out, our plan is definitely drastically changed. Like so much. Oh, please don't kill. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. No way did that hit before we hit. Maybe we check now. Let me go check now then. Oh yeah, I already sold all those other supplies. I gotta go do Mines of Batubans AFK. I was gonna say, I'll do some alchemy AFK real quick. Actually can't. I sold out the last of the extra supply I had. Alright, let's go check the beta again. There are a couple things I didn't check the first time, but also some things I want to double check on. Alright, back we go. Back to darkness. Oh, wait. There's one thing I need to check before this, though. Because I need to know what this number is before I can know what the other number is. Alright, let me go to west. Chronopolis outskirts. I need to see what happens when we do the 256 grunt. The XP drop here does not matter. What matters is the gold drop, or copper drop, I should say. I need to double check how much copper we get for the current highest combat we could do right now, comparatively to what we'll have during the beta, or, you know, after the combat merge. Is I never bothered checking this yet. The difference between our current highest and what the beta has. Is our current highest is whatever this is going to be. Pale Whiskered Ratman Grunt, which is right here. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to change my Chronopolis weapon. Alright, I need to see how much we get for 1 kill. And then we'll go check on the beta and then a few other things. I just need to see what the copper number is. The XP number doesn't matter here. It is 1 point... Oh, wait. I was looking at the... Oh! Well, that's a problem. Okay, I'll check the next lowest, I guess. Wait. I see a problem here. What's my next lowest? Street Brawler. Oh, that's funny. In all fairness, it technically was 39 copper. I forgot. Whoops. Alright, let me check the next closest one. Alright, so 39 copper. Let's see what this guy is. He might be more than 39. I forgot. It gives leather offcuts, not a number drop. Alright, 54. Alright, that's the number I want to see. Alright. 54 is the number in question. We could even say 60 just to compensate for the fact that I can't do the 256. But like 54 to 60-ish. The thing I want to see is if it's higher or lower after the update. Because I actually never bothered checking to see. Based on our combat spread. Oh, so this base is 58, oddly enough. Oh, but the amount of time per action is different, though. It's one thing that's really confusing about a lot of AFKs is you can't actually compare it based on that. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to log out. Alright, 1 second. I'll go change over to beta. Give me a moment. Properties, betas, beta. Load, update. Loading. We're almost there. Loading. Oh yeah, let's see what the discussions are like on Steam right now. What are people saying about the beta? Nothing! Well, there's actually really low discourse on it right now. Surprisingly. In all fairness, I feel like a lot of people didn't realize it launched today. Mostly because there wasn't an update thing for it, even though it did get updated. Alright, what we're doing. I'll just go and destroy our file just in case. Nope, that's not what I wanted to click on. That's not destroy file button. This is the destroy file button. Alright, what is my highest combat I can currently AFK? Gosh, I gotta re-kill the goblin I'm already killing. That's so funny. Anyways, passives. Jellyfish and Hopeport. Oh, good. I need to go over there anyways to check the price of, fish. Because I forgot to do that last time. Oh, yeah, we gotta be careful that our gear actually gets upgraded above 800. Let me double check. Is our other gear doing that or not? Oh, I might need to train combat more. Let me double check the difference here. Does it spike up like crazy? It does. Kind of. Right? Because the difference between you and you. Yeah. Okay, I gotta be careful with that. We need to go train more combat. As they spike up a lot more after you can get to 800, and we're not high enough yet that a lot of our 199 scale to 800 yet. Because this is a 199, but it's only going to 795. So we gotta train combat more. Long story short. It doesn't make us that much more money. But we're talking like 20 different items, if not 30, that I'm gonna have banked. That'll all go up by an extra like 300 silver. Or actually about 100 silver it looks like. You just look at the difference between... Because 800 is the cutoff point for the rarity. So look at the difference of like a 795 compared to an 802. It's like 120 silver. When you compare something like a 2-level difference. Well, I guess it could be weapon type too, but if you go check weapon type here. 477 compared to a 597. It's 100 difference for like 7 levels. Or sorry, more like 9 levels. It's because after 800 they start to cost more. So we gotta do enough combat that all of our 199s, like this thing we have in our inventory right now, becomes a 800 or higher. Ideally an 801 just to play it safe, but I'm pretty sure 800 works too. But yeah, that means we gotta do a little bit more combat, as my 199s currently do not convert above 800, which is really important to maximize the amount of profit you get for them by the update. It's definitely not required, but if you're close enough to do it, which we are, you probably should. That's something else we need to go do. So we do still need to do more combat then. Just across the board. Doesn't matter where, just need more. Though ideally not in Chronopolis, otherwise we'll make the lower level there. Alright, let me go check the fish prices now. What's the damage? I know something like this was like 7 point something. Yeah, it's now 9. Yep, all fish have been increased in price based on distance. This has barely been touched at all because the distance isn't that high. Lobster also has barely been touched because the distance isn't that high. But it looks like Gennard went up. I think that eel even went up slightly. This one also didn't go up that high, surprisingly. But Manta Ray went up by a lot because of its distance. Like, let me go bring up the fish shop. Come on, load. Why you take us so long to load? There we go. Fish shop. Alright, if we go check this, like for example, Manta Ray. We just compare it to this real quick. I'm trying to look at some of the further away ones. So for example, the Manta Rays here. Let's take like the Tiger Ray is a 7.1. And now it's 2.2 silver more each. Because of the distance from the shop. And if we go and expand it all the way, we can see Manta Ray. That's not Manta Ray. Where are Manta Rays at? Ray. The final Ray goes up by like 8 silver each. And the one we're currently on is like 2.1 more each. So even more worthwhile to bank them then down the line. Which I was going to do anyways. Or at least most of them. Try seeing the other ones that kind of shifted a lot. Gennard's another one that's like very far from a bank. Let me check Gennard. This is the other one that's really far. Alright, current Gennards are up by 2.1. And final tier Gennards are up by, wow, like 9 silver. Like 8 point something, 8.6 silver. But yeah, they definitely took into account distance for sure. Interesting. Alright. We can see what our AFK is here. Oh yeah, I just realized, do I even have a strong enough weapon for this? I didn't think about that just now. There's a non-zero chance I don't have a strong enough Hope Port weapon to even check this right now. What's my highest power? I guess technically just 2-hand. Oh yeah, never mind, duh. It's what I'm wearing right now. I forgot. You can use any chapter gear. It doesn't have to be Hope Port. I'm like looking for where my Hope Port gear is. Never mind, I can just use what I have. I hope this is high enough. We got 889 power. Hopefully that's high enough. It should be. It's a 4-star. The fact that it's 4-star should carry it enough. But let me go check. We're comparing this to see if it's like over 60 silver, basically. Or if it's under. Because right now, if we were doing one that wasn't giving leather, we should be making about 60 per kill. I'm curious what this number is now. Because right now, it's about 60 copper. And after the update, it is... whatever number this will be. If you can kill a little quicker, you got this. 178. We are making more than double profit from AFK in combat compared to now. Interesting. Oh. How much are wealth potions now? Oh. How much are the wealth potions? Wealth potion. Where are you? I didn't think about that angle. Because these literally just print money. How much is the money printing potion? I don't think this one shifted that much. Because it's from a gathering supply, it's not from combat. So it's barely been touched at all, if at all. How much is a wealth? How much are wealths currently? Because I don't buy these that often, I have no clue how much they even are. They are technically more, but by such a marginal amount compared to how much more you're making, that's trivial. These are definitely not one you have to pre-buy. They are theoretically more expensive, but you're making so much more profit that it doesn't matter that they're more expensive. Interesting. So yeah, buying 300% wealth, very, very, very still worth it. I wonder what that comes down to per hour at that level range. What does it come out to per dose? Wiki, how much is one dose? We just got 173 copper, right? Does the wiki have a breakdown menu? It does somewheres. Here we go, per dose. Wow, that's a lot of money. Wait, this is based on the price of the other two, though. Per dose. How do I get the number for the other way around? Well, let me double check it based on this. We got a 4.2. And a 5, so that's 9.2. So that's 9.2. Math. Times 3, 4? It's a little under 4-ish. It's like a 3 point something. Which means you'd have to do this times 3 point something. Which means it's about break even at my current combat range then. Okay, that's what I wanted to check. You'd still have to use the weaker wealth at that point. So we're not quite at that level range yet. Is using 300% wealth is basically break-even number. Interesting. Because we're making like 135, but this number needs to be multiplied by the extra cost there. Because this is not actually how much that is right there. Oh yeah, that's interesting though. Yeah, the number times 3.5. So you would still be in the red. You'd still only be in the positive for 250% then. Until later down the line. We would have to check it based on your combat level. But yeah, 250% would still be profit. 300% would not be profit at our level range. If we were to utilize that at all. For extra profit. Anyways, other potions. Was there anything else in the panic buy category that I wanted to check while we're here? Oh yeah, how much has Stonewall Hill changed? If at all. We can't buy them, but just hypothetically. This technically doesn't matter at all, I just kinda want to know. These are Hope Ports, not Stonewall Hill. Where's Stonewall? Stonewall Hill did go up, but you can't pre-buy them anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, both of them went up slightly, like a lot of potions out there. Interesting. Alright, the other thing I really wanted to see is Chronopolis AFK. Because these were actually kind of pricey before. How much are they now? Yep, still pretty much similarly pricey, just slightly up. 5%, 3.6. Yeah, these didn't really change that much, surprisingly. They're almost exactly the same. Like a lot of the potions in their slight adjustment. It was mostly this one that really went up. What supplies does this currently require? It's like the bat thing and the other thing. Oh good, some of my alt accounts actually have some of these supplies from both of them. They actually have the 5% potion supplies, oddly enough, already banked. But what are they now that they went up so much? They were 6.6 and 4.2. 6.6 and 4.2. That's what I wanted to go check. 6.6 and 4.2. 6.6 and 4.2. I have no clue where they are, though. 6.6 and 4.2. Are these it? 6.6 and 4.2. Those were it. Wait, go back, go back. They just look way different compared to how they used to, but those are the supplies I'm looking for. 6.6 and 4.2. Where'd it go? We were literally just staring at them. I have no clue where we just were. Those aren't them. Where's the AFK one? 6.6 and 4.2. How did I miss them? We were just at them. Those aren't them. There they are. Ah, that's why they're so much more. They've doubled in price. Because these are the 6.6 and 4.2 right here. As 12 and 12.8. That's why they're so much more expensive. One of them is doubling in price and the other one's tripling in price. This is the 6.6 and this is the 4.2. That's why there's so much more money. These two went up by a lot. Alright, so that's where it happened. I actually have some banked on my ults, oddly enough. Kind of convenient. Now, was there any other major thing I wanted to go check while we're here in the beta? Oh, so anything you guys want to see while we're in the beta, by the way? So we're in the beta right now. Boost potions? These don't really matter, though. They are up a little, though. Fears? No. Oh, gosh. Forensic potions are even more expensive if they weren't already bad enough. Boost potions obviously up a little bit, wealth a little bit. Most of the 5% aren't that change other than Mines of Matubin, which costs all your entire bank account to buy now. The 5% for mines went up by a lot. Everything else seems to be mostly unchanged. Or such a minuscule change, it doesn't really matter. I want to double check some of the sell prices of whatever we have left. These went up by crazy amount. These were only like 4 before, now they sell for 7.8. Mostly because they cost like 14 to make now. Whereas in the current state of the game, they only make 1 silver. If you make this potion in the current state of the game, it requires 104 alchemy. You're making over 6 silver every potion. It's like 6.9 silver a potion if you buy it from the shop. Like, you know, all the supplies and then make this potion. It's only worth it like pre-200 to make it, though. Even after 150, it's probably not worth making anymore. But based on the current beta changes, you currently make... If you make them now and then sell them after the beta, you make 6.9 silver each per potion at only level 104 alchemy. These went up a little bit, but the other ones went up so much more that you would now drink these instead of sell them, rather than the other way around. So they're actually worth keeping and sell all these instead. Basically the inverse of what we were going to do before. This potion is about the same, but it's way cheaper to make now. All these other healing potions probably don't matter that much. Now you could just make the better one. Oh yeah, how much is these changed by? They're about the same, oddly enough. Even though they're slightly more expensive. Plus 80 Arbor is still about the same sell price. I assume this is pretty comparable to 3.5. I think that actually went down, oddly enough. I'd have used them eventually, though. There's the wealths from earlier. Hey, what did your sell price go to? 10 silver on the dot. Mostly because the supplies for it went up. Not by much, but slightly. So its sell price is also a little bit higher. Yeah, Stonewall Hills haven't really changed that much. Because it's not out yet, so they like slightly increased it, but didn't really like drastically change it. Alright, interesting. Anything else that I want to go check before I forget to go check it? If I only train combat slightly higher, we would basically be at the Mines of Matubin kill everything category. Which is good because all those have really good alchemy supplies, so if we're around that area, that's fine. Actually, even being at this Brambleleaf is fine. So yeah, we want to basically... What I need to go do is get to the point where all of our 199s convert into 800. So that we get like 100 more silver each for them, I think is the plan. And just go make a bunch of them. Because that's when they really convert into a much better amount of money. And then we end up making, when the update happens, like a 5 extra gold or something. Even more than that because all the other scaling. But just from going from 795 to 801 combat, or even just 800, would get us roughly 5 more gold after the update. Which we're going to need for all the price hikes. Let's see. And then that would put us at the guy that drops the best healing potion supplies after the update. Interesting. Anything else of noteworthiness I should go check while we're here? Passives make more money. But wealth potions, oddly enough, are still not worth it. The lower one is, the higher one still isn't yet at our level range. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Crafting? I don't know, is there anything I want to check with crafting right now? I guess maybe double checking how much our highest level thing is. Last I checked, it was around 16 silver. So let me go double check that it's still 16 silver. That is not where I wanted to go. Let me see if they've nerfed this yet or not. I believe they're keeping it as is. And if so, this item that we go create should be worth around 16 or 17 silver. I have like 3 more smithing levels compared to last time we did it. And last time it was like a 16 point something. So it should be worth at least 16 still, but let me just double check. 1 star blade should be 16 silver. Okay, so that's your current level. Wait, this is the update they were talking about. Okay, cool. So you can auto-adjust it to your current level. Is that useful? I guess it's better than nothing. You know what would really be useful, though? Being able to change this number to anything you want. So interesting, it still keeps your previous. I was concerned before that it would be bad because you would always get forced to what your level is, but no, you have the choice of switching to your level. It actually still works the same way it did before, where it auto does the highest level you can craft, but now has a button to auto switch it to your current level. The problem is there isn't a button to switch it to whatever level you want and just type in a number. Hopefully we'll get that at some point. Alright, moment of truth. Is this 16 silver or more? No, they nerfed it. Interesting. It's still worth more than now, but not as much more than it was before. Interesting. But yeah, they nerfed that pretty heavily, actually. It's still more profit than now, though, but barely so. But it's still more profit than now. Interesting. Anyways, I think that's everything. Is there anything else we forgot? Oh, yeah, did they fix the bank? Can I use my carpentry supplies now? Yeah, we can use our carpentry supplies. Nothing I actually want to do with it, but we got it. I wanted to test some things with Bonerite earlier, but too late for that now. We already got the update that changed it anyways. Alright, good to know. Anyways, we're out here. Back to the main game. Time to go panic again. Alright, back to main game panic. What do we panic on again? I guess still do more combat? Maybe a different chapter? Because we've established a couple things. We need to go get 5 more overall combat levels. Which is like 6 more in the main game, probably. Should be good enough. We're not doing all that right now. But we need to get about 6 more main game combat levels. And we also need to go generate like a lot of money. Like a lot of money. Like we're not even close to how much money we need to go generate amount of money. We need like upwards of 70. We are currently at 17. Alright, one thing I want to go check. What is my storage looking like for Chapter 2? Because we actually got a problem. We're actually forced to have to do Chapter 2 combat until we're done with Chapter 2 combat. Which means I basically have to do just Chapter 2 combat, and that's it. Let's run through like a Mines of Bitumen level there eventually after the fact. But I have a weird situation where I basically have to sell out all my gear. Other than whatever's current best in slot across all chapter. Because I don't have enough storage to go put away everything I have here. The only things I can really get away with selling is this. Do we have a better helm yet? We do. I can sell this, and this is the worst one, right? Yeah, and this. That's all I can sell. A couple of these maybe we'll go sell. Just so we don't have to make as many. But these scale to like 400 silver later. The problem is all the 199s get an extra 100 silver or something. Like things like this. Oh yeah, that's another thing too. I should make sure all these 197s I guess get there too. But these are the only things I can really sell at the moment then. Alright, this is my current weapon. That then goes away into our storage. Yeah, I'll need to fix that later. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about fixing it though. Because I basically have to be completely done with... I either have to sell some 4 stars and make different 4 stars. Or sell out everything we have in that storage later. We'll figure out something. But that's the only way it can transition to combat in any location that isn't Hope Forest. Anyways, go back to Hope Forest. I'll catch you later, Huckleberry. Thanks for stopping by. I don't know, since to some degree, I guess that works out then. I guess maybe we'll just camp Hope Forest the entire way. And just not bother with Mind of Matubin or Guard. Oh no, our current enemy for both of those are so free though. The biggest downside is I would have to sell almost all my armor, and after I do, I can't come back. Like, after we decide we're done with Chapter 2, I can never come back to do combat in Chapter 2 until the update. We're basically locking ourselves out of Chapter 2 the second we do that. So whenever we do that, we have to be definitively 100% done with it, with no intention to come back. Because that's the only way it can transition to another chapter. But no, we'll see. There might be a lot of 4-star lower ones I can go sell now for less money. I just invest them into pots. I just make the 199s later. But yeah, that basically means, even though stuff is still crafted a little bit higher after the rework, they're basically break even compared to the shop price now. Like, relative to now. Where things sell for a little bit better if you craft them after the update. But also, everything is more expensive to buy from the shop to begin with. So it basically comes out to be even. Assuming you were getting them from the shop and not gathering them. Otherwise, it's still more profitable when you're, you know, mining it all and everything else. Because the price hike on how much you get from crafting isn't nearly as high as it was before. But it is still higher. Because if I go and create that exact same weapon in Mind of Matubin, it's like 11 silver at best, and after the update it's like 12.6. So it's still an increase, just it's more like a 10-ish% increase, like 10-15%, instead of like 30 to 60%. It's still higher, it's just not that much higher. Well, one good thing of being stuck in Hope Forest combat for a while, if nothing else. One really nice benefit of that is, we can double dip it for Gather and finally go get 2-8 Gather. We do get to get it. I could just remember to keep putting into the right thing. When's the best time to do the 5% for raid dens? You normally do it midway through by using a safe spot if you're doing them actively. You normally don't want to do it right at the start because you might not have the damage to kill them in time. But if you do it midway through, you always have the damage to do it. Yeah, we'll need to consider tomorrow what we're doing then. I'm still not sure. Because there's so many routes we can do. One thing's for certain, I definitely want to prioritize at least getting that combat first. And then maybe filling out our banks after we go get the last little bit of combat. But just to make sure everything converts over. Then we figure out everything that will and will not. Keep one of our best in slots from every chapter for every gear slot. And then just fill every last thing with a 199 4-star that gets converted to an 800 4-star. Because we have to keep in mind, money's still just as useful for a lot of things after the update. While some things are being price hiked, there's some things money still is equally effective for after the update as it is now. So again, the extra money for all of our 4-stars is still really useful for a lot of things. It's just money has some particularly useful things you could do now before the update, before the price hike. I'm a bit surprised they're doing the price hike now rather than closer to trading. We knew it was going to come, I just didn't realize it was going to come this early. I was expecting it like 3 or 4 months from now. But instead it's like 1 or 2 weeks from now probably. Or whenever they're doing the official update. Oh yeah, that's still what I forgot to go do during the update too. I forgot to go see if they increased the price of leather or not. To try to nerf leather worker slightly. That was one of the other things I meant to go check and completely forgot to when we're in the beta. That's fine, I'll do this some later time. I'm not going to go back there a third time at this point. This is multiple things, but I'm just going to go there just to check that one thing. Regardless of what it changed by, I assume it's not that much. Even if it is higher. So I'm not sure why. Now that we're not doing the trees anymore, I keep forgetting to drink the XP pots. Taking the double tree like we were earlier always reminded me like, oh yeah, we gotta go do it. We gotta go do it again. And now that we don't have it, it's like, oh, because we don't gotta do it anymore. But no, we should still be drinking them. I do have to say though, out of 500 all of any chapter, the biggest beneficiaries of it from the most recent changes is whoever went for Chronopolis 500 all. But you know who really got gypped? Anyone who went for Hope Forest 500 all got gypped so hard. Wait, at least Hopeport, they end up getting cheap alchemy. Mines and Matubin, they got cheaper 5% pots. Hope Forest didn't get anything. And of course Chronopolis got the buffed raid dens and everything. Or pre-nerfed raid den. As well as like infinite money for Merchant Leatherworker. I was gonna say, don't do it. That was so sketchy. Oh yeah, that's something else I forgot to go check in the last beta. I wanted to double check the exact price of the 2 15-minute Fear Potion supplies. Just to see the exact ratio of difference between now and later. It's rather comparable, I just kind of wanted to see the difference though. It's a small enough difference that it doesn't matter. On quite a few potions it does, but that's one of the few that doesn't. Despite it being heavily affected by the change. It's one of those that was actually balanced pretty well. Oh yeah, there's something else I need to go check too. We keep checking 1-star twin blades. But I gotta see how much a, I don't think the weapon type really matters much when it comes to the sell price of something. So I need to start making like a bunch of 199 twin blades out of iron. Because lately I've been making a longsword, but I actually need to stop doing that because we have so much spare iron right now. I just make like a billion twin blades in iron. Well, it's because it gives more HP and it should have basically the same sell price as rapier. The only justification for rapier would be if we get a good percent, we can use it. But I plan to do combat for a while. Pretty much as soon as our 199s convert to level 800, I don't think we need to do combat for 3 months. At the current state of what will likely be happening. Based on changes they made. Like, we're pretty much like a day or two away from never needing to do combat for until the second combat rework. Oh yeah, when we do Panic Do Merchant, how far do we need to go? 239. Alright, we only have to Panic 10 levels. Should we just do one mega stream tomorrow of nothing but Merchant? Oh gosh, I gotta clear all my cooking bounties too. It might have to happen. Don't drop a 199, what are you doing? You can drop up to like 209, you're dropping a 199. What am I supposed to do with that? I just realized we're still under leveled on them. I didn't even realize that till now. It's hard to tell because we haven't gotten an actual drop from them yet. Like 3 or 4 star. Because those would come at a level range where we wouldn't be able to wield it immediately. But at this point, honestly, I might just get one Mind of a Tubin level and just do the rest on Scout. Just so we don't have to transition. And that way I can just keep my gear in my inventory and just kind of shuffle it around or something. Yeah, at this point, we pretty much have to lock in on Scout only. The other alternative is Mind of a Tubin is not awful at what we need to kill. Because we can get alchemy supplies now and then get alchemy supplies later. It's just really annoying juggling all the gear we need to go sell for it. Because that's the other idea we could do. The problem is the healing potion supplies have gotten nerfed into the ground. So So we'd have to do it on the 192, which would make things a lot slower as we go too much higher. Which is why I kind of only want to go for 201. As one level's not that bad for it, but if we kept farming, it would be kind of slow. So I think current plan works. Get one level for Minds of Matuba and just do it all on Scout then, so we don't have to shuffle around. Then we just keep one of all of our best in slot high rarity gear. Like whatever the highest number is relative to rarity ratio. And then replace everything out with a 199 Throwy Blade. And not only does that make 1.3 gold in the current state of the game roughly, we'll also get a bunch of Throwy Blades. There is one big issue with that though, which I'm not sure how to solve. Which I just now realize. I gotta make every single one of them into a 199. You know how many clicks that is? Oh no. Well, if nothing else, I'm gonna get a level range for it. Wait, never mind, wait. We could always do it regardless of level with a consistent amount of clicks. If I do minus 100 and then plus 4, it would always become a 199. Okay, that's not too bad. It's always going to be, regardless of our level, 5 clicks away. These minus 100, then 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 5 clicks. Alright, that's not too bad. That's still awful, but that's not too bad. And what's consistent about that is regardless what our smithing level it is, it would be the same number of clicks. So as we gain levels, it wouldn't change what we would need to do. Because that's about 1.3 gold an hour, and honestly, I'm kind of considering that. Get all of our weapons filled. That'll be our goal tomorrow, I guess. Before we commit to the Merchant Leatherworker. Because, gosh, I'm still trying to avoid that. But before we commit to the Merchant Leatherworker, I think that's the plan. Try to fill out every last bank with 199s. And off stream today, we try to get the last of whatever combat we need. Probably get one more level this stream for Scout. But in off stream, get the one Minded Bitumen, do whatever we need to get to level 800 in the beta for 199s. And then, yeah, we should be good to go from there then. And then we just mash create a billion weapons tomorrow. Which means, hey, the start of our Minds of Bitumen only grind starting. Unfortunately, XP rate's gonna be kind of slow because we're doing quite a bit lower level stuff. But it's all the material that's really cheap that we have a lot of. And across the entire line, we should be making like 1 gold an hour. Regardless of which of the 3 we're doing. Smithing in particular is 1.3, I'm not sure what it is on the other 2. Probably slightly more annoying because they require more components, or at least what Bone Rated does. Stonemason should be pretty straightforward though. The biggest issue with Stonemason is, do I even have enough bank to do that? Because that's the other thing we need to go do once we have our combat level, is I gotta fill my entire untuned storage with 3-star weapons. And one issue with that is it is gonna get increasingly harder to bank at all when we do that. Because at first it won't be that bad. But eventually our entire untuned storage is going to be filled with nothing but 3-star 199s. And that is slightly problematic in the sense of banking. Because we can't store stuff away to bank if there's no bank. If it's just filled with weapons. So near the end of that grind we'll get kind of annoying. Because we'll have all these 1- and 2-star stuff that we can't bank away. We're just going to have to keep like juggling them on the ground or do something with it, keep them in our inventory. We do have some kind of weird shuffle to make it work. But near the end of that grind, we basically have to train smithing through item production without having any bank capability. Just the ground. I'm pretty sure we'll just do some kind of shuffle until we get about like 24-ish, or like 20-ish. And then just go sell them all and then repeat. It's only an issue all the way at the end of the grind though. We would definitely save that for last. Like, while I'm making all the 199s for each chapter, I wouldn't be, I would want my untuned storage to be as empty as possible. And then, after we have all the 199s, 4 stars made for every chapter, we would then pivot over to, filling the entire untuned with 199s. Because after the update today, all gear, even untuned, counts as if you got it as a monster drop. which is quite a bit more money than they would be otherwise. I forget exactly how much each, but definitely more than they are in the main game right now. There's something I didn't actually check with the beta. I should probably check before we go create a billion of them. But it's definitely more in the after the beta, like making them now, but then getting them in the beta. There's of course after the beta they have reduced price compared to now. Okay, that was the other thing we didn't check. I'll check that later though. I don't know how much more difference it is, but it's definitely more than now. Hello, Sir Valiant! I just realized, how many hours would we have to grind to get the money we need? You know what? It's actually not that much time. I just realized, if we're doing money-making methods that are 1 to 2 gold an hour, and we are playing for like, you know, let's say 60 to 80 hours a week, at any given time, as long as we're only doing moneymakers, we get all the money we need in a week. I kind of forgot about that. The only reason it never feels like that in the past is because I always spend it immediately, so I never really notice it while we're doing money-making methods. But if we just don't spend it immediately, it only takes 1 week to make all the money we need. I keep thinking it's gonna take weeks, but it's actually done in one singular week. As long as the entire time we're doing nothing but money-making at 1 gold or higher per hour. Oh, we've not gotten a drop in a while. I keep thinking we're gonna have to bank like any second now, and we've killed like 6 without getting an item drop. Alright, we're halfway there. I'm curious though if every single one of these levels do convert 1-to-1 at this point though. Because if that's the case, I need 1 Mind to Matubin level and then 4 or 5 scout levels. 4 if they all go 1-to-1, 5 otherwise. They should from what they said? Okay, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Alright, so if that's the case then, yeah, showing you 5 levels then. 1 in Minds of Matubin and 3.5 in Scout. Perfect. And at that point, all of our 199 4 stars will convert into 800 and be worth like an extra 100 silver each. Which means tomorrow we go crafting heavy. We're going to be doing so much crafting tomorrow. Anything to avoid having to do merchant another day. Soon, though. I think this Thursday we got to do merchant. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Tomorrow's probably going to be production heavy, and then Thursday's going to finally be the merchant grind. And then Friday and beyond... Oh no, are we streaming Leatherworker then? That means I would have to stream Leatherworker. For like 30 levels. No, in one day, obviously. It's not even doable in one day. Actually, how many hours would that take now that I'm thinking about it? It's like 40, 50 hours making 2 gold per hour. Oh no, that's all the money I need. No! That's making doing it so much more enticing. Like that alone, if I sold 90%, would already be all the money I need. Just 210 to 240 Leatherworker with 339 merchant is all the money to buy everything I want to go get. Like 100% of it. Not even counting anything else. Even if we had 0 gold right now. Well, if it does get adjusted every chapter release, it shouldn't really matter too much. I'm not going to really care about it until after the second change. The only reason I'm doing any combat now is to prepare for the first merge, so that everything is worth more. But after we get past that worth more curve, I literally ignore that combat exists until every combat rework is in the game. I'm going back to pretending it doesn't exist. Like we were when we had like level 50 combat skills. But the second I have 800 in the current state of the beta for everything to be worth more, we are bailing over to never do combat until everything is implemented. So we can wait till the better XP rate. I do hope they still publicly clarify some things in the current state of the beta, though. As well as when the update's going to be. I really hope it's not like the, While I did prepare for it ahead of time, the, Christmas event literally ended out of nowhere. With, like, no announcement or anything. Like, the second it was, like, January 2nd. They said it would end early January. And then, like, January 2nd, it's like, yep, it's done. Luckily, I did the grind beforehand on, like, New Year's night. We did it on, like, the 30th or 31st, just in case they did it literally on day 1. Which is good, because they did it on day 2 of the year. Because that's my big concern with the beta right now. Is the update is like 2 days from now or something. It's likely not, but it's not impossible. I just hope they announce like, hey, we're gonna do the update in like maybe a few days or so from now. I hope it's not just like one random day and it's like, oh, the update's here. I gotta know when we gotta panic buy. Oh, so have they replied back to the email yet? Let me go check. I don't think they have. I still haven't gotten one from them yet. I don't know. Anyone who sent info on the beta, did you ever get a reply back for them through mail? Anyone who, like, emailed them? They implemented some of the things I said, but I didn't get a reply to the email. So they definitely took all the feedback, if nothing else. Though there were several things mentioned that they did not do yet. Yeah, whatever they do to the 5% Minds of Matubin pot, though, they definitely overcompensated. Like, every other potion went up by, like, 1%. Like, when it comes to the 5% pots. And in Minds of Matubin pots, like, up triple the price. I assume that's gonna be toned down. Or sure hope so. I mostly want to panic buy the 8k potions rather than the 5%s. Oh no, we'll find out later. Not too big a deal at the moment until it gets closer. For now, we just gotta make the money, so regardless what happens, we're ready. But that's pretty much the game plan at this point. Get our combat level to 800 so we get the better merge. Then we go and craft all of our weapons to the better merge, make a bunch of 4 stars, fill our entire untuned with 3 stars. Then we stop doing combat completely until like 3 months from now. And then we go do Merchant Leatherworker to go print the rest of our money. Selling around 90% of the hides along the way. I really want to keep all of them for Leatherworker, but this will be one of the few times we have to sell. The money now is just more important than the leather later. Also, we have not gotten a single 3 or 4 star yet, by the way. I know this is poached to 100, but gosh. Rarity curve so falls off cliff. I wonder if they're ever going to do anything about that in the future. Under the new system, it's basically level 800 where the rarity curve falls off a cliff. I guess technically that keeps changing if they keep upping it by 200 every chapter. But the rarity curve after the update's at 800 rather than 200. But because this is a 209, its drops are so rare. Like 4 times rarer than pre-200. I just realized something funny. I need to make a 199 shield, 4-star shield, don't I? I don't think I ever got a better one in any chapter. And after the merge, the rarity matters way more than the level, due to how level scaling's working. Also, I just realized I still have to do the woodcutting gather tangent, don't I? Because if I'm going to be gathering everything while doing it, I still need the extra XP from it. I'm still going to have to do it. That's fine. It's only like 5 hours out of our way. The problem with that is we don't make any money during it. For all of our panic buying. Well, something that will bother me like crazy if I don't get it done, though. Which means tomorrow I might have to start by doing a little bit of combat then. And I'm gonna start making everything. Because yeah, I kinda wanna go do the woodcutting gatherer grind then. Only 4K. Oh yeah, that's something else we're gonna have to do differently, I just now realized. When I go do the thing where we need the fear potion, it is actually now better to drink the 12-minute than the 9-minute. Due to the price changes on the 9-minute. Being so much higher. I do feel like that's gonna be one of the few that gets readjusted though. It's actually absurd how egregious it is in the other direction now. Before it was way too cheap, being the cheapest potion in the game at under 1 silver. Now they completely 180'd it. Increasing its price by like 15 times. Like if that was its price originally, it would make sense. But changing it afterwards, like it makes sense, the balance on it that they're doing. It's just the fact that it's a 15 times price hike is kind of crazy though. Like 15 point something increase. Oh, I just realized something as well. When we go and save our armor, I gotta make sure we have a high rarity chest that's the other material. Oh, I just realized something on top of that, realizing something. I can't do that. Because all my 4-star ones are the lower tier one. Well, I guess that doesn't matter. Which one's the plate body, though? Not this one. I think I'll double check. Because, yeah, the visual should change on it. I need to double check when we go to the beta later. Again. We're gonna mess with a lot of stuff with it on Steam Deck when I'm just laying down later. He's like, every hour I feel like there's a new thing I want to go check. It's gonna waste too much time if I keep going there over and over and over again. Don't kill us, don't kill us. No! Rippity. But yeah, I don't think I have a high rarity one of the cooler looking chest plate. I'm not even sure what our current best in slot is for every chapter if we were to break it down. Chapter 1 has nothing. Chapter 2 has, probably nothing. Chapter 3, if we don't care about 4 stars, the body and the legs. But if we do care about 4-star, I think every single one might actually be from Hope Farce then. But then again, we only have the body. Where are all my high rarity other pieces? Oh no, do we just not even care about armor or just sell it all? I'm honestly considering it. The only problem with that is we're gonna be at the point of no return if I do that. In the sense of, we will not be able to, like when I say we're not gonna be doing combat, I mean like we physically can't. My bank will be completely sold. I will have not a single item in my entire bank. But hey, if we're gonna be training Mines of Matubin, I think that's the way to go. And I'll just wear my fancy shoes. Those ones that I don't ever want to get rid of. Just so it takes up no inventory space. I think I found a solution. I think we're going to do that. That's going to be the game plan then. I'm literally just going to wear the shoes. Well, I guess I could wear one piece of armor set then. Okay, we do get to keep one. Because I could just wear it, duh. So I can keep one of every piece of equipment. Which means goodbye shoes. I'm going to be keeping those really weak level 50 shoes. So we're going to have no pair of boots. But yeah, I can keep one of every slot. And that's it. I will keep nothing but that. Because we can wield all that without taking up any inventory. It's all 0 inventory. And the main reason I want to do that is Mines of Matubin training. That's where we're going to be hyper training to like 400, 400, 400, 400. Like honestly, that's pretty much the first thing I'm doing after the combat rework. Is probably kill a few units for the fun of it during that one stream because we're just testing around the new game. You know, once all the combat stuff is in the first change. And then the second we stop doing that after a few hours, we're never doing combat again until the final rework. And then we probably hard pivot into Mines of Matubin. Is why I need to get all the money for all the potions now. Because we are using every last one of them. And some, probably. But honestly, that's gonna feel so nice. Imagine doing weapon crafting, but having like 90 bank storage. That's basically going to be our exact case scenario. Because we'll only have one set of equipment and it's all going to be equipped. But yeah, now that they're discontinuing the discontinued rares that they were going to add as well from the beta, I feel even more confident keeping our boots now. For any of you that don't know that random boots that we have a 4-star pair of guard boots. Or a level 4, I mean, not 4-star, it's a 3-star item. But we got it on day 1, and it was the only high rarity item we got that survived the rollback. So I'm keeping them for the rest of time and never getting rid of it. It's literally the only thing that survived day 1. From the rollback then. So we're keeping it for the rest of time. It'll be like 3 years from now, and we'll still have those level 50 pair of boots because they're upscaling to 50 after the rework. But we'll know that they're the true level 4 boots. The only problem with that is if I do want to do any combat after the rework, anytime I want to do combat, I need to make sure Chronopolis has a pair of boots so I can switch it out for a 1 or 2 star boot. I would assume normally Chronopolis would have at least one option, given that there's no chapter divide with it anymore. I probably could have gotten it, but I didn't want to chance it. But yeah, tomorrow, we didn't have a poll for today's stream. But tomorrow will probably be the poll on what the pivot is, given all the changes that happened in the beta today. That have now changed exactly what we need to grind for the next 1 to 3 weeks. Because tomorrow should technically be the last time we ever need to do combat for the next 2 to 3 months. Most likely. And then after that, really comes down to what we want to pivot. Oh, finally! Our first drop, except I can't use them yet. No! We got 209 gloves. We got a keeper. This is our strongest pair of glove now. I guess I'm just keeping 3-star stuff instead of 4-star. I still haven't determined what we're doing with that. I need to double check their stat difference in the beta. Like what my best 4-star armor looks like compared to my current best 3-star armor. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the 3-star is better. I mean, the 4-star is better, I mean. Due to how the level scaling works. The rarity is going to matter more than the extra levels. But I'll double check, because if not, that's my best glove in any chapter, the 209 we just got. That'd be the glove that we carry over. Yeah, Gather is slowly getting there. I'm still going to be doing, ideally, off-stream the 208 woodcutting then. 208 woodcutting, get the rest of Gather in. Maybe even carp the rest if we need. We're going to do carp while doing it together. I probably will do it off of combat, though. Is that 219? We can just leave carp to sit there. I don't really need to go process what we have in the bank at the moment. Down the line we will at some point. But cleaning out our carp bank isn't really needed at the moment. Not particularly high priority. Because really, I only needed 216. We're already overshot by like 3 levels. I only needed 216 for Hickory Pole. Everything else is just excess. Could have 3 gather levels by now. Oh, so we're definitely dropping to 14th, by the way. Pretty sure every single person around us will gain levels quicker than us, based on what our upcoming plan is. Because training Bonewright, Smithing, Stonemason, and Leatherworker are all very absurdly slow. The only quick part of anything we're doing in the near future is 10 merchant levels. Aside from that, everything is some of the slowest skills in the game. Not combat, though. Combat's pretty quick. Same as merchant, of course. It's the other 4 that are. A little triangle there. The triangle of slowness. Bonewright, Blacksmith, Stonemason, Leatherworker. Not sure why I did it like that. Also, that's weird. I actually got him to move around. Because he was prioritizing not going there because we moved back and then moved right back. Never seen that before. Like, normally I don't want to come here, but because I went like at the exact right tile, he wanted to go around instead. It's a lot of weird movement in the game currently. Something they'll definitely need to fix for PvP to some degree. I think the thing that's weirdest is you move slower diagonally in battle than you do in any of the cardinal directions. That's the ones that have always thrown me off. It's weird because outside of combat, it doesn't seem to have that same slowdown. But inside combat, or if you're like have an enemy engaging you, that's when we do aggro skipping. You can also kind of see it then. But, well, in combat, yeah. Every single diagonal moves slower. It's really weird. The only time it does that in the overworld is when you do it to an enemy prior to engaging combat. You're just still moving towards you as if they're in combat, even though they're not quite in combat yet. Oh, don't get unstuck. I was hoping he would stay stuck there. Oh, so I just now realized something. After the combat rework, after we get these levels, we're going to convert in at like 880-ish. Around there, give or take a little bit. Our gear is being converted in at level 800. I just now realized we're like 80 levels below where we need to be. Which makes sense because obviously it's a 199. Even where we're supposed to be right now when accounting for Chronopolis is way too low. But I just not realize that the stuff is actually so bad that it might be useless to even use compared to like a 1-star, 2-star from Chronopolis shop. Like even a 1-star might be better than a 4-star like 199 after the conversion and everything. I didn't think about that till literally just now. I need to double check it later. But there actually is a good chance a 1-star might be better. Or 2-star definitely would be. But they cost like 1 gold each. Oh, so I just realized something else that's kind of funny. If someone is 500 combat in a zone and has basically not touched any other combat, their gear actually becomes worth less than it is now. They would actually get more value from it selling it now rather than after the update, due to how many levels it would lose. That's when you tried to tell us we were doing Mindfighter. Yeah, I never realized that there was that big of a disparity. I didn't think about that just now. Oh yeah, I am going down the route of hoarding for money. We're still doing that. Where I'm just gonna wear one piece of gear and sell out everything from every chapter. And just wear one piece of cosmetic gear and the shoes that we're keeping. But yeah, that is the pivot starting in the next day or two. I've got to finish all the combat I need to do first. But everything we have, even when upgraded, is too weak. Hey, we got level 208. Nice. Alright, right here. Yeah, the only other combat grind we gotta go do for the near future is 201 Mines of Matubin, and then like 3 more scout later. But for now, let's go sell all this. And then contemplate what we need to go panic on later. Yeah, basically down the line, what we gotta go do, but in the next few days. Every single thing here, sold. Unless it's a 199 weapon. Everything here, sold. Unless it's a 199 weapon. Also, I need it for gear for the next few days to go get the combat. But after we do that, sell everything out. I might even need to sell the 197 to just make new ones. I think it'll be fine. I don't know, we'll see on a couple of these. It just, a lot of these lower ones are just way too low to bother with. I could actually sell them now if I really want to. Like pretty much everything down here. Like insta-sell, even these boots. And it just comes down to keeping like one set of cosmetic armor then of a high level range, I guess, technically. I'll need to double check what these convert into. Like what does this convert into compared to like, or like this body, for example. What does something like this body convert into compared to, you know, something like this body? I need to check that later. But every single thing here needs to be only 199s. Which means a lot of this other stuff I might as well go sell right now. Honestly, let's go sell a bunch of... We're going to go on a selling spree real quick. I refuse to do non-199s. Just so we can get that exact level for everything. And have everything converted nicely. So for example, I can go upgrade that, that's fine. We can upgrade that, that's fine. This is sold, this is sold. Keep. Armor we might be keeping, we'll see. Honestly, you know what I should start doing then? I should start buying 2-star gear for Chronopolis. Until we have like a 2-star piece for everything. Of a high level range and the one that wimpy. Alright, we'll double check the numbers later before we go do that though. Alright, Mines of Matubin I gotta keep. We gotta actually use that stuff. However, these 2 we can sell. Anything else? Oh, we actually got a 4-star 192 glove. Ooh, shiny. That's better than that one converted. If we're not going for another thingy. Anything else? Okay, this is the boot I was talking about. This is the boot we're keeping forever, by the way. The Guard Steel Toe Boots. What does this look like? This is... We're keeping this boot for the rest of the time. I need to make sure I never get rid of this somehow. We're keeping these boots for the rest of the time. Even if they don't fit the outfit. And let me put these away before I go sell them. Are precious. Alright, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Everything else I need. Actually, I do need that. That's my weapon. No, it's not. Not anymore. We don't need that. We do need that. Actually, am I doing bother do even another combat here? I'm not even sure. I just now realized, am I even going to kill the things a little bit more? I might. If we need more levels, we will. Alright, anything else that we can go sell right now? Yes, all this stuff. Alright. We can sell now, and then we'll go worry about the crafting later. As well as the last few levels we need later. Should be perfectly fine to click the sell button here. Just double checking that we're not selling anything too important. This is a perfect roll, but it's way too low. 1.5 gold. Not bad. After the update, all this sells for more, but I want to put even more valuable stuff than what's already there. So yeah, we're going to click sell on that then. Just double checking. Out of paranoia. But yeah, I'd rather craft it now and get the XP from it and everything. Just making sure. Yeah, that should be good. 1.5 gold! We're one step closer. Let's see what other junk we have that we can get rid of real quick. This will keep just in case we need to do combat in Chapter 1 again. This we don't need. Unfortunately, don't need. You know what? The two 197s I will keep for now, just in case we can get a conversion high enough later. But I'm highly considering selling them as well. The perfect fire sword's gonna hurt to sell. We'll keep it for now. Hammer Mage thing I think I might get rid of. But for now, again, I'll just keep it for now just in case. Same as this 190 for Hammer Mage. And that's our current best in slot, so we don't sell that. This one is not, though. I do need to sell that one. Oh, yeah, I was going to do Higher in Mind of Matubin. We actually made this weapon for it earlier. And I proceeded to never do it. And that was from when we made it back on Christmas Day. This is actually what we made on Christmas Day. That one that we fused with the other weapon. This is our Christmas Day sword. And there's just some Spear 199s for converting and everything. We'll worry about that later, and then fill our entire Untuned with 199s later as well. After we fill out every last storage with 4 stars. We don't need this. We don't need that 218. Actually, yes we do. I'll upgrade it. What am I saying? It's perfectly fine to go upgrade into a slightly better than the 199. One less material we need to go make. And then later we go sell all this junk, except the boot. Don't sell the boot. Don't sell the boot. And just get 199s everywhere then. Or better. And just keep 1 of each armor piece. Alright. Sounds good. Sell all this. Boom, boom, boom. Sell, sell, sell. Anything else we need to do here? It doesn't look like it. Just making sure. We're not selling something valuable. Double check on the buyback as well. Not seeing anything. Just making sure, though. Looks fine to me. Alright, looks fine to me. Time to say goodbye to them forever when we go do the AFK activity. And, should I go bother buying the AFK pots? How badly I want to go do them right now. We did the math on it. I think it was 43 for 1,400 or whatever it is in the current state of game. It's tempting. Mash click this button a billion times. It's tempting. How much gold do we have right now? 20.8. I need to like double that to be able to do just this potion. Not even counting the 5% for the other thing. Just this potion is like 43 to 45-ish gold. Maybe even a little bit more, because I only guess estimated for... how many hours was that? Well, I guess each one is an hour, so I only guesstimated for 1,400 hours of AFK time. But we could easily use like 10 hours a day. Like 8 to 10, depending on how we go about it. So that only covers us for like less than 5 months. Though it comes down to how long is it going to take to get 400 All Minds of Matubin or 500 All Minds of Matubin. Because if we're only focusing on that, honestly, not that long. So that should hold us over. Anyways, also, I think you can use that still for AFK in combat in that zone. I haven't actually tried using EXP pots yet on AFK activities for combat. But I assume the corresponding chapter's potion still works. So if you're AFK in a new combat under Minds of Matubin, I'm pretty sure the 5% potion still works on it, though I could be wrong. I haven't actually tested it yet. Another thing on the long list of things to test in the beta. But I assume that would work. Like if I go drink this 8% we have in the beta and do combat in zone 1, I assume that affects it, but I'm actually not sure. It would definitely affect the other 4. But does it affect combat, or, you know, the global combat? That I do not know. But on the long list of things, I need to go start keeping track of things we need to go test in the beta later. But for now, I'm going to go grab dinner. We will be back tomorrow with our main goal being a couple things. Probably finish all combat that we still have to do. Anything that is not done, we must complete. So that we can then go start working on phase 2, which might happen on stream a little bit. Which is starting to fill every single storage with 4-star equipment that converts over to level 800 gear. As well as starting to fill up our entire Untuned storage with 3-star 199s. And that is the game plan. But anyways, guys, for now, we'll be calling it here. We will be back tomorrow, hopefully around normal time. I actually decided to start a little bit late today. It's because I had some things I had to do in the morning, but we should be starting around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Anything we might still want to do with the beta, we'll probably do near the beginning of the stream.
And then the rest of the stream should be finishing the last of combat, fingers crossed. As well as, yeah, probably starting our crafting grind. At least part of it. Just so we have all of our storages nice and go. In case they bring it out of nowhere that the patch is coming. And then from there we go in full-blown moneymaker mode and start panic buying everything we need to go panic buy. And we'll go from there. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful week. And I will catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.